Three of Cups is very interesting, especially because we've got the Empress here as well. I really feel like this reading is one where it's going to give you a lot of motivation. It's going to give you a lot of truths. And in all honesty, I feel like this reading is going to be very, very powerful, because sometimes you feel like you have no power, you have no control. You feel sometimes like, oh my God, if I can't be with this person, nothing else will work out. And the truth here is very, very different. The Empress shows the divine. The Three of Cups here shows options and choices. So the Three of Cups is very, very powerful because it shows here that Spirit is saying you actually have more options and more choices. There isn't just one person for you. And this person that walked away from you has caused you so much emotional guilt and so much emotional pain and so much overthinking. And you know what? Yes, they still think about you, and yes, they, may have walked away from you, but the universe is showing actually better options and better choices. Basically, this person is not the be-all end-all of your life. And so if that gives you the ability to live through your next few days, weeks, years, the rest of your life with a bit more certainty and a bit more peace, please do it. Please, 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 okay? Because I feel like some of you are very, very hung up on this person that didn't treat you well. You're very, very hung up on this person that really walked away from you, and you feel like part of your power has been taken away. And remember, how a person treats you or how they leave you is not a reflection of you. It's a reflection of themselves, their own personal choices, and the way in which they are. If you have also perhaps walked away, right, you know that it was at some point in time the right thing for you to do, right? So just think about it this way, that actually, you know what, this person has walked away. There is some guilt and some regret, because why would they still be thinking about you, okay? But then on the other side, there's clearly an option of other choices. Now, let's have a look and let's see both sides. I'm going to use a deck of cards for each side. I'm going to use a different deck of cards. So we use these cards for the past person.
Let's look at this reading, and I'm going to work
for the
a little bit.
New option situation. Okay, so let's have a look first and foremost at the past.
Man, I'm still drunk. I feel like shit.
Ooh, strength card.
Oh.
Realizing their wrongs. Okay, they're gonna realize what they did. Five of Wands. Uncomfortable truths, that's for sure. Very uncomfortable truths. Seven of Wands. Sorry, Seven of Swords. With the Eight of Wands. Oh my gosh, this person's a bit of a mess. This person is a mess, okay? Your ex is a mess. They're so up and down. Like, one second they want you, the next second they're like, oh no, but like, it's a lot. And then in order to repair the situation, I've got to go through this and this and this. I've got to confront you. I've got to deal with opening up a chapter of loads of problems, working through it. Are we going to get to a resolution? Are we going to get to a conclusion? It's a lot for me to do. How are we going to do it? How are we going to work through it? And then they just feel like, oh no, I can't work through it. It's a lot, It's almost as though they are making more problems in their mind than the problems that exist. They're not willing to come forward and be like, what can we do? How can we work this out? Are there some apologies that need to be made? Is there some accountability that needs to be taken? No, they're just not even bothering to think that. It's just like they're thinking, this happened, this happened, this happened. Well, it must have all happened for a reason. And it's almost like they get very, very tired taking that option of strength, taking that option of like working through things. Like, they just get very tired thinking, what more can I do? What more can I do in this circumstance? What more can I do in this situation? Especially with the Seven of Swords and also the Eight of Wands. They just are kind of self-sabotaging themselves, their own energy. They're self-sabotaging what to do, what not to do. They feel overworked, they feel overwhelmed, they feel stressed, they feel sad, they feel confused, they feel, betrayed by themselves. By their thoughts, their emotions. They kind of just thought they would just be able to move forward. And that's not been the case. They're actually really, really hurt. They have this void in their heart and in their mind. It's interesting because I think here they just thought that they'll be able to move on and everything would be fine. But they have this huge void, this huge amount of sadness, which is quite evident. So that's what we see here. Now, Are they going to come forward?
Through it here, getting shocked on the tangle. And another connection onto the Paladin. Paladin still very bad on mana. As we do set up for a the warrior trying to connect on the shaman here. Letting just a sec, I gotta cut something. Alrighty, let's see what we got. How would I place a GG take the proper go? Kill him! Okay, Cyclone, I like it. Yes, beautiful. Kick this. Wow, he could not kick it because of the shadow step. Warned. What? How about heal your guy? Hello? Let's full kick this. I mean, a little too greedy. A little too greedy, dude. I was a little too greedy, guys. Yo, this should be it for now. I'm gonna do another session next Sunday. Meanwhile, I might make a character here and clean up this mess. People play like, I don't know, dude, like 2.2k rating. Are they win trading? What? I'm gonna do another session next Sunday. Meanwhile, I might make a character here and clean up this. Let's see. Cut something from half a year ago.
This is your last warning.
Jesus. Hear us and come out.
And tell humans who we really are.
I can't believe the Detroit Become Human playthrough that we went through. I cannot believe the decisions and outcomes. Man, we didn't get shot in the head. They can repair us. We're gonna get repaired. This is too much for me, man.
IT systems have been
I think I cried. He didn't say that on TV.
and God bless.
Epic. The graphics were epic. The story was really good.
I am someone.
Dude. This game left me feel so empty, man. Like, so bad. Did this just happen? Is she gone out of the menu now? Oh man. What is this game doing, dude? I swear to God, this fucking game. I swear to God, this fucking game, dude.
Okay. Whoa. Right now they hold their thoughts towards themselves, but we've got the Queen of Pentacles. They are going to come forward. They're going to be actually very, very apologetic. I do believe that you can expect an apology because you've got the Two of Pentacles, Three of Pentacles. This is about actually thinking about everything, which is something they're refusing to do right now. Thinking about everything, coming to you, wanting to work things out. Well. There's one option right there, okay? You have your past person wanting to work on things with you, wanting to make things happen, wanting to progress things along with you, wanting to talk to you, feeling bad about what's happened. So there is that, okay? And now, let's see this option here. Lovers. We didn't even get the lovers for the other person. We didn't even get any real romantic card for the other person. There was no Ten of Pentacles, no lovers, no Ten of Cups, no Wheel of Fortune. Well, none of that. In fact, on this side, you've got Empress ruled by Venus. You've got the lovers. I'm just going to say what I'm going to say. It's a hard truth, but you have another option here of a person that's going to come your way. And you know what? The reason why you can be quite resistant towards it is because you're so familiar with this past person. But remember, at some point, this past person was also a stranger to you. You had to get to know them. And once you got to know them, you fell for them. The thing here is that because you haven't met this new person yet, they are so unfamiliar to you. It's like dangerous. It feels like dangerous territory, but it's not. Once you get to know this person, you will drop the past like it never existed because you will have 10 times more love come from this person, 10 times more security come from this person, 10 times more fulfillment that comes from this person, that you will just think to yourself, what was I doing in my past? I'm not joking. You will drop the past like it never existed. This new person will wash away anything from the past that caused you trauma, caused you unrest. If you were thinking to yourself, I'm just always communicating so effortlessly with this past person and they never really respond. They're so inconsistent. This new person will make their communication seem like it was absolute rubbish because this person will communicate with you so much better. They will respond to you. They will understand you. They will care about you. They will be understanding, respectful, responsible, not reckless. When I tell you that this new person, like once you interact with them, once you get to know them, and once they treat you really, really well, oh my God, you will never look back. I'm not even joking. You will categorically never look back. The Ace of Cups is true love. It's true fulfillment. It's so much love that you will think to yourself, this is the love that I have in me. And when they also share that with you and they fill up your cup, you will be, oh my God, you got the Hierophant. Hierophant is about marriage, tradition. It's about building a beautiful, happy, fulfilling, committed relationship with you. It is marriage, it is home, it is love, it is everything. It's everything. I feel like in this reading the universe wants you to know that there is so much better and bigger coming for you. I know that the new is very, very difficult, but the new seems to be 10 times better than what you dealt with in the past. The past person's got the Seven of Swords. This is them realizing your value, by the way, Queen of Pentacles. But just, a lot of chaos. And it's almost like they think a lot. They don't necessarily take action on things. This person, they just know what they want. They're at your level. They come to you. It's just going to be so equal, so mutual, so loving, so passionate, so beautiful. You will literally be thinking that person was plastic, this person was gold. And I'm sorry I have to say such a thing, but to give you a comparison, like that was... Tupperware, where what you have is stainless steel. I'm just saying there's so much more value. Like that person was more of like, pebble energy. Not saying that pebbles are bad, but this is more of a diamond energy. There's just so much more to it that matches what you need. And this is your reading. So if this reading resonates with you, I'm telling you have two people, but one of them is going to be the one. And it's going to be your choice as to who you choose. Okay, I'm just saying. But the one that's going to keep you happy forever is really looking to be... whatever your choice is, really. Let me know, what is your choice? I also have lots of love readings on my love rituals on my website, shopmoonlightguidance.com, and link down below. Readings for love, money, marriage, career, success, beauty, justice, healing, black magic removal, protection ritual, etc. Everything's linked down below. I have TikTok and Instagram. I post short readings on there every day. Moonlight.guidance on Instagram, Moonlight Guidance on TikTok. And there's also intention items and personal readings, which are done within 12 to 24 hours. Check those out if you're interested, and everything is linked down below for your convenience.
I like watching very small YouTube channels.
These
Let's
are
see.
all lessons that I learned in the first 2 weeks of my breakup, and I wish that I had learned them sooner. Hello and welcome back to my channel. If you haven't watched my videos before, then hi, my name is Fleur. This is your space for all things self-development, where we focus on growth, mindset, and becoming the highest version of yourself. These are things that I generally think are going to change your life. So let's get straight into the video. Lesson number 1. Don't give your whole heart, because if they leave, then you will fall apart. I feel like I don't really need to go into this much more than what I've already said. Just don't give your complete 100% to someone. 70%, 80%, but keep a little something back, because if they do leave you, you will feel like they are leaving with everything that you thought you knew about.
This is so true and sad at the same time. Because sadly, you actually want to give them your all. I believe that's the way to do it. But you never know if they leave you, whatever reason, they leave with everything. That is so crazy true.
Yourself. So you need to have something that's just for yourself, so then that you don't feel like you are being broken down if this person leaves. Lesson number 2 is to not let someone to know absolutely everything that there is to know about you, or at least not straight away. Allow there to be a little bit of mystery. Number 3, and a very important one, please, you need to have something, at least not straight away. Know about this person leaves. Lesson number 2 is to not let someone to know absolutely everything that there is to know about you, or at least not straight away.
Yeah, I guess not straight away. I made a mistake of giving like away everything, because I thought I wanted, to be as honest as I can and everything, but that's not how you do it. But eventually I think you have to, because otherwise how do you become a unity,
Allow there to be a little bit of mystery. Number 3, and a very important one, please, if you take away anything from this video, do not stay after being disrespected, because the minute you decide to show that you are okay with them mistreating you, you are basically telling them, you know what, it's fine, disrespect me, I really don't care. If I get away with it, you will get away with it as well. Number 4, set boundaries, but stick to them, okay?
Like, what do you mean disrespect? Just gotta talk about it, right?
It doesn't matter how much you love someone, they are not allowed to cross your boundaries. The minute that someone disrespects you, that is them trying to show you their true self, so believe them. Number 5, don't give your body to someone who doesn't respect you. Number 6, and this might be a little bit of a controversial one, but something that I clearly learned the hard way, don't be with someone who has severe, and I mean severe, mental health issues, okay? Everybody has issues. I have my fair share of issues. I don't want to be with someone that has issues times 10, that doesn't know how to control their life, that doesn't want to get better. The main thing is, if they don't want to get better, just don't be with them. Number 7, if you care and love someone but they do not care and love you, then you are acting as a nurse. Number 8, don't put the love that you have for someone else over the love that you have for yourself. Number 9, your partner is supposed to make you your strongest self, not your weakest. Number 10, do not stay with someone who you do not think would be a good father. If you are not willing to create a family with this person, you are wasting your time. Number 11, you both need to want to be
This
working
is
towards
quite radical. I'm not even gonna comment anymore. Let's just see what she has to say.
having a healthy, or whatever healthy may look like to you, and stable relationship. Let's say one person is avoidant and another person is anxious. It's not going to work out if you are both not trying to work towards being a secure person and having a secure attachment style. If you do not want to work together, one of you will end up feeling tired about the other person trying to consistently fix things in the relationship. You need to want to be in it together. Number 12, trust is the foundation of any relationship, not just romantic relationships, but platonic as well. Without trust, you cannot build anything together. Number 13, you have to align with your partner. You have to want to be going in the same direction. I'm not saying you need to have the exact same goals or the exact same career aspirations. I'm just saying that if one of you wants to have kids and the other one doesn't, maybe you shouldn't be in a relationship together, because that is going to cause issues down the line. Number 14, don't romanticize the bare minimum. If they are loving and respecting you one minute and then disrespecting you and hating you the next, then that is telling you everything that you need to know. Number 15, you need to understand that your partner is sometimes going to need space. That doesn't mean that they don't love you or that they hate you. Everybody sometimes needs space to just process the way that they feel. So don't push this person, allow them to have their space. This is said for specifically avoidant people. Number 16, and another lesson that I learned the hard way, is to love yourself before you fall in love with someone else. And this isn't because you can't love someone until you love yourself. It's because if you don't love yourself first, you're going to get into a relationship, and if there are red flags and if things do happen, you are going to let them pass without you noticing them, because you don't love yourself enough to respect yourself, because you love the other person more. But if you love yourself more, you will respect yourself and you will see those red flags and you will leave. You will get the hell out before anything bad proceeds. Number 17, and a harsh one, don't allow someone to mess you up more than once, okay? Let's stop with the second chances. Or if you are going to give someone a second chance, don't give them a third chance, because it's not going to get better. Just trust me, the more chances that you give to someone, the more they are going to disrespect you. Number 18, if you are embarrassed to tell your friends how they truly act around you and how they truly behave, and to tell your friends something about your partner, about how they treat you, then that is telling you everything that you need to know. Embarrassment is just a sign that you know that you shouldn't be with this person, that it is embarrassing for you to be with this person and to be treated in this way and to let yourself be treated in this way. You shouldn't always feel the need to defend your partner. Number 19, when things go hard and when things get challenging, your partner shouldn't be ghosting you. Even if they are avoidant, I get it, everybody needs space, but if they're ghosting you for like a week or 2 weeks, then that is telling you everything you need to know. I know I keep saying this, but it's so true. Sometimes the things that you don't realize are important are going to be the things that the universe or God or whatever it is that you might believe in is trying to show you. They are signs. They're trying to show you, why don't you see this raging red flag? I mean, look at my top, red. Why don't you see this raging red flag that's right in front of you? Or at least you might see it, but you don't respect yourself enough to see it and then leave. But you need to understand that these small things are so important for you to understand how you should be respecting yourself. So see them, notice them, and get out. Get the hell out while you can. Number 20, don't allow someone to treat you like shit and then let you go to bed crying. If they are not willing to fix whatever issue that you have between the two of you, and they don't mind the fact that things have been left sour, then that's telling you, again, what you need to know. Now, I understand if both parties have decided, let's just talk about it tomorrow, that's a different story, because then you're respecting one another. But specifically with me, I don't like going to bed when arguments have happened and they haven't been resolved. And so I told my ex this, but he never respected it, and he always let me go to bed feeling like that tension was still in my body because it was never resolved. This is a different story. If you've told your partner something that matters to you, then that is a boundary that you have created. And the minute they decide to disrespect that and to let you go to bed without the argument being resolved, then that is basically them saying, I don't care and love you enough to respect that boundary that you have so clearly set. So you need to notice that and understand it. And if you tell them over and over and over again, hey, I've told you so many times now, if we have an argument, I want it to be resolved, and they still do not respect you or listen to you, then again, that is telling you everything that you need to know. Number 21, name calling is not cool. It's not okay for your partner to be insulting you in the arguments that you have with one another. There should be a level of calmness. Now I understand not everybody is going to be calm in an argument, but if they're name calling you, that is not respectful. Please, 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 don't date someone with the I hate everything and everyone mindset, because that is going to turn into them one day hating you as well. Number 22, again, another controversial one. Don't believe everything that your partner says. Don't believe absolutely everything. I'm not saying that your partner is a liar. I'm just saying that there has to be a level of understanding that everything that they might be saying might not be 100% accurate.
I'm not gonna listen to this anymore. It's like, if you're together with somebody and you feel like they're lying, why the fuck are you together with them? You know, maybe this is my all or nothing problem that I have. Like, why would you be together with somebody if you don't believe in them? Better be naive enough. That does not mean that you are naive. That just means you're together with them for a reason, right?
And that might not even be their fault.
I think she's still butthurt over something. Yeah, whatever.
Welcome back, Tribe. Got a recommendation here on email. It's been a while since I watched Psych Hacks. Hopefully he's been doing well. And he's got The Beginning of the End, How Men Lose Power in Relationships. Beautiful.
I'm Dr. Orion Taraban, and this is Psych Hacks, Better Living Through Psychology. And the topic of today's short talk is the beginning of the end.
The end.
So I'm going to be talking today specifically to the men in the audience. Gentlemen, I'm going to help you prevent your relationships from going off the rails. Let's get to it. Now, everybody is different, and every relationship is going to be unique to the individuals involved. But if you've been following my work, you know that, in general, I believe that relationships are more successful and sustainable when the man is the captain and the adored, and when the woman is the passenger and the adorer. If you're unfamiliar with these terms, then you should read my book, The Value of Others, where I go into these concepts in extensive detail. And I believe this because when the man is in this position, he maintains frame. Frame, in this context, is authority vested with power to dictate the terms and structure of the relationship, how it is arranged, how it unfolds, what it entails, who does what are the privileges and responsibilities of each, etc. When men control the frame, relationships have a much better chance of being mutually satisfying and enduring. And regardless of the mixed messages that they give men these days, the vast majority of women still want a guy that they can look up to be the confident leader that initiates and directs the relationship. However, in about 99% of the relationships that I've personally examined, the woman is more powerful than the man, which means that she controls the frame of the
Yep.
relationship. And I think this has to do with why, despite the fact that I've looked at hundreds and hundreds of relationships, I can count the number of relationships that I would consider happy, like relationships that I personally would want to be in, on one hand.
Mm.
And I don't think it's a coincidence that in every one of those relationships, the man was more powerful than the woman.
Yep.
So if relationships are more satisfying and enduring when the man retains frame for both the man and the woman, why is it the case that women so often control it? Now, there are two main ways that this occurs. In the first case, it happens right from the beginning. The man, who may not be a full-fledged captain, cedes control of the relationship to the woman as an enticement to enter into a relationship with him. In the book, I call this the sexual strategy of the ferryboat captain. This is how less attractive men beat out their intrasexual competition. They offer women privileges that their more attractive counterparts wouldn't. Ultimately, the frustration of not getting more of what they want from more attractive men, in combination with the gratification of getting more of what they want, at least in the short term, from less attractive men, can motivate women to enter into relationships with less attractive men, where they can, more or less, dictate terms from the get-go. Whether they're aware of it or not, these men understand that happy wife, happy life is the cost of doing business. However, this is not the only way that women come to control the frame of a relationship. In some cases, the man enters into the relationship as a full-fledged captain, invested with the legitimate authority such a position enjoys by the woman in question. But over time, slowly and insidiously, the balance of power shifts so completely that the man no longer recognizes his own life and can't quite remember how things turned out this way. In point of
Death of 1,000 concessions. That's what it is. You started putting her up on the pedestal because you respect her. You started loving her. You started babying her. You started fucking up and letting her walk all over you. That's how it happens. Guys, this is a slow process. And she will manipulate you into it. Like, she's going to weaponize sex, weaponize affection. She's going to throw tantrums and fits, and she's going to keep testing you and starting fights. And how you respond to all of that is how you die by those 1,000 concessions. Every woman does this. There is no woman who doesn't do this. They unconsciously do this. Not that they're just being bad actors. They unconsciously test you because it's a human being. There's a power struggle naturally. And the only one who wins is always the one who's the more dominant one. Now, if you're truly the dominant one, then all of these tend to naturally roll off your shoulders because of how ridiculous they are, either through outcome independence or abundance mentality or whatever other terminology you want to use. When you're in the powerful position, none of these actually work. Now, the moment you think you can't live without this person is the moment you start to concede on multiple fronts. And the war is eventually lost, where she now holds all the leverage and you get punished for it. This is it. This is normal. This is your grandpappy, your great-great-great-great-great-grandpappy, the fucking caveman in you that goes back thousands of lineages, all dealt with this same exact shit. It's just today you've been told to act more like a woman, more equitable in your relationship, and all the other woke terminology that they're using to literally undermine your authority as a man in a relationship with a woman. That's it. That's it, boys. There it is. That's the game.
In fact, most men control the frame at the beginning of the courtship process and lose it through small concessions as the relationship progresses. Consider your first date with your girlfriend or wife. Chances are good that you approached her with a plan. I'd like to take you out. Let's meet at this time, at this place, on this day, and this is what I'd like the two of us to do. And that she agreed to that plan. You created an experience for her to enter into. That's frame. It's very unlikely that you would have been able to secure that opportunity without creating such an experience. And it's even less likely that she went through the trouble of creating an experience for you to enter into. So most relationships begin with the man in charge. And just so we say the quiet part out loud, that's why the woman's there. Women reward men who use frame to create an experience for them to enter into. They do not chase down men who don't or won't do this. This is important to keep in mind throughout the duration of the relationship, as men will be tempted to surrender frame in a variety of ways over time.
Yep.
This temptation occurs in two primary ways.
I love this. He's a trained psychologist. I'm just the dude who slept with too many women. And we're arriving at the same points naturally. I watch these blind. I don't actually look before. I look at the title, boys. So, because I want it to be genuine, and I blow my fucking brains out and have to rewatch it 2 times over to formulate an idea. It's just raw, straight off the top.
Sometimes it's the temptation to escape an uncomfortable emotional situation created by the woman in a bid for more power and control.
Yep, there it is.
As I discussed in the Easter egg hunt, these bids typically follow the PSA system of emotional manipulation, or pity, shame, anger, PSA. No matter the particular thumbscrew, the woman applies emotional pressure on the man, who then cedes frame as a way of buying his way out of a difficult dynamic.
Yep.
As I discuss in the book, in its extreme manifestation, this takes the form of an attempted hijacking, in which the woman threatens to leave or divorce if her
Mutiny.
demands are not met.
Mutiny on the ship.
However, the temptation to surrender frame doesn't always come from the outside. Many, if not most men, seduce themselves into doing so. However, this is only possible if the man becomes emotionally invested, which induces a distortion in his thinking, typically by activating his latent romanticism.
Yep.
This romanticism, in turn, either
Pedestal.
motivates him to sacrifice more and more of his life for his one and only, or tempts him into the ideal of equal partnership. This might sound surprising, but as I've discussed previously, partnership is the most prevalent male romantic ideal in our culture today.
Yep.
This might sound appealing in the abstract, and many might disagree with their words, but most women don't want to be either pedestalized or partnered. Think back to what I said just a few moments ago about the early stages of courtship. The woman is there.
And a strong contrast with the video we did a day ago on house husbands. Remember the house husbands?
Because the man created an experience for them to enter into. Most likely, the experience did not occur at her convenience, which is what would be necessary if being pedestalized was preferred, nor did it occur as the result of some collaborative process, which is what would be necessary if partnership were preferred. It occurred because the man invited the woman into an experience that he created using his power, autonomy, creativity, and resources. Women teach men that this works by responding positively to this structure, and men deviate from what works at their own risk. So how exactly does this happen?
I think you could call this betification, whatever you want to call it. Like they beat you. You start off as an alpha in her eyes, and they beat you into a beta. You could really call it that for lack of better terminology. And that's how your value drains in your relationship over time. That's literally what you have to resist. Every single relationship that you've had that has failed, you were betified in some way by your woman. You conceded multiple fronts. That's all. That's all it was. Once you understand that you don't need red pill rage, you don't have to be mad and bitter at women. You just have to understand, I fucked up. I let her in. I put her up on a pedestal. I conceded on too many fronts. I lost my identity. I sacrificed my self-respect. When you realize this, bro, the game gets so easy. What you're really going to find out that you need to do is become more greedy. Put yourself first. Your hobbies first. Your life mission is always going to be before her. Once you understand these simple little pillars, every other woman you deal with from here on out, it's so easy. It's on easy mode. Literally, it's on easy mode. Because the woman, the moment they try to do the power play and the tug of war for dominance in the relationship, either they get frustrated that you don't budge because you have your mission, your self-respect, your identity, and your boundaries, and there's consequences for crossing them. So they bail out immediately, which helps you, or they fall in line. They did their test. They see you're the real deal. They then submit. It's that simple, bro. It's literally that simple. I've been tested by my wife. spectacularly passed. It blew up in her face. Been tested by every single woman I've ever dated, guys. This happens to every David fucking Beckham, Mike Tyson. It doesn't matter who you are. You can be the baddest man on the planet. You could be 7'7" tall with 20-pack abs and fucking $1 trillion gajillion in the bank account. Your woman will test you. It's irrelevant. There is no point at which you get to where you escape this. This is what I'm trying to tell you guys. There's this there's this mentality in the manosphere that you can out alpha all the tests. Your woman will always test you subconsciously. It is female nature. There's not a point at which you arrive where the testing ends, ever. It's just that once you get to a certain level as a man, like I said earlier, you don't even notice the test because they roll off of you. Because you are the guy. You don't need to think about power struggles because they seem so ridiculous. You're a type A high performance motherfucker making a ton of money. You look good. You take care of your body. It would be a complete joke. The power dynamic, the scaling and power differences between you and your woman are so fucking twisted in the opposite direction where you have so much power through being the real kind of man you're supposed to be that all her advances are like, it's like a little flea trying to knock you off your balance. It's a joke, bro. They don't register. And that's what keeps her happy because she knows she's got a prize of a man. And that's what keeps you happy because your woman submits fully. That's really what it is. When you start off a relationship, you're up here, she's down here. And then it's slowly through time, just like this, thousands of those concessions. And once you get here, it's where the real problems start because your leverage just disappeared. And then she begins to get so much, and it happens quickly. Once the equalization happens in power, it's a dramatic explosion in hers versus your downfall. Dude, and it happens to all of us. This isn't fucking like, you shouldn't feel bad that you had relationships blow up or that women have walked all over you or you're a beta or you simped at one point. Everybody does. It's fine. It's normal. Even the guys you respect the most that you think are the pinnacle of what a man is in his private relationship with his wife, he did the same shit. This is just internally built into us to want to protect, to want to provide, to want to equalize the power we have with our woman. But you're the fucking king in your castle, bro. And there is never going to be a replacement for you. You are the most powerful piece. Always remember that. The queen is never above the king.
I'm going to describe the moment when the man begins to cede frame to the woman so that you can recognize it and respond to it appropriately. I call this moment the beginning of the end because failing to respond appropriately puts the relationship on a slippery slope toward dissolution, or worse, an expensive, unsatisfying marriage. This occurs when A, the man is sufficiently emotionally invested, and B, the woman, directly or indirectly, wants something from the man that he authentically doesn't want to give. The request could be big, let's get married, let's move in together, or small, let's go antiquing on Sunday, let's go to brunch with all my couple friends. But in general, the requests start small and escalate over time. Now, if the man weren't emotionally invested, this wouldn't be a problem. He would just say no. Because, as I talk about in Women Are a Roll of the Dice, he isn't gambling with more than he can afford to lose. However, once he crosses a certain point, he comes to believe that he can no longer say no, even though he would like to, because he fears the consequences of doing so.
Walking away.
He fears the discomfort that will arise in himself in seeing his woman angry or disappointed. He fears the pain that he would experience were she to leave him. Once that fear takes hold, which is the consequence of his overinvestment, he is no longer a free man, and he increasingly abandons his authenticity in favor of emotional defensiveness. He's trying to protect himself. The issue, of course, is that this doesn't work. That fear is a liar. It lies. It only takes like 10 seconds to see through the lie. Namely, if you actually needed to give a woman certain things that you don't authentically want to give in order to prevent her from leaving, then she would have left by now. You haven't given her those things in the past, and you've gotten this far. You've abided in your authenticity, and she was attracted to you because of it. So on some level, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, man.
Mm.
There's no evidence that not doing something you feel conflicted about will threaten the basis of the relationship, and a lot of evidence that doing what you authentically want to do will secure the levels of success and stability that you've enjoyed up until now. So that's how the fear lies. Just like the initial stages of courtship, it's generally a much better idea for men to maintain frame over the course of the relationship. This is what I'll do, this is what I won't do, and allowing the woman to either opt in or out as she so chooses.
Yep.
Of course, not getting what they want in the short term can be frustrating and disappointing to a woman, and that's okay. That's okay. She's entitled to her feelings, and you don't have to make her feel differently. Let her feel how she's going to feel. It's not going to kill her, and it won't kill you to let her experience her emotions. She's an adult. She can handle her feelings. You do not need to make her feel better, and you do not need to give her what she wants just to avoid this experience. That said, there may always be a pull in men to do one or the other.
Yep.
However, I bring this up because it is so much easier to resist these emotional impulses when they first present themselves. As difficult as it may be, it is always better to fight these battles when they are still small.
Yes,
because
sir.
they will only get bigger and more difficult to win with reinforcement. We don't like to talk about it, but being in a position of power often means that you have to deny and reject others. Consider a professional relationship between an employer and an employee. Can you imagine a company in which the employees were allowed to dictate their own compensation packages?
Mm-hmm.
Since everyone pretty much believes they deserve more than they receive, it's very likely that that strategy would make that company insolvent very quickly. And then everyone would be out of a job, including the employer. Whether employees are aware of it or not, their continued employment often depends on their not getting what they want. Of course, this is a balance. Give people everything that they want, and you threaten the basis of the relationship. It becomes insolvent. However, give people too little of what they want, and they protest and leave. That said, while the second option is potentially inconvenient, it should be preferred to the first, as it doesn't also result in the destruction of the company.
Mm-hmm.
So it's better to err on the side of giving too little than too much. In general, the price of getting most of what you want is the willingness to forego getting everything that you want. Remember, a woman who sees you as her best option is not going to leave her when you tell her no.
There you go. Right there. You see that short sentence? That's what it is. This guy says 100%. My wife and I have been married 25 years. We had a rough time between years 15 to 22 or so. I listened to these clips by Ryan and others and learned about not being a simp and not letting her letting her be disappointed sometimes. It was hard because I had to really accept if it was the end of the marriage. You see the walking away thing? Once I accepted it and I grew a spine and reasserted my frame, and indeed, the last 2 years have truly been the best of our 28 years together. This is an extremely important message for men to hear. You see, and this is another one. The problem is men don't know how leverage works. They keep thinking love and being a good man is enough, and it's not, and it never was. Another great nugget right here. Relationships require for a man to love while simultaneously playing chess, positively leading and continually creating opportunities that caters to a woman's emotional needs. That's not true. You don't need to cater to a woman's emotional need. That's false. What you need to do is what Orion said, and that's be able to say no. When they're having a tantrum, say no. Enforce boundaries and consequences for crossing lines. That's what you need. You don't cater to your woman. She caters to you. Another reason why men often lose their frame is because they always fold to a woman's ultimatums when it comes to sex. Some guys are so desperate they have no choice but to do that or do what wifey says in order to regain bedroom time. Yep. Not only does this emasculate the man over time, and again, concessions. She uses sex as a weapon and you cave. The party that cares the least in a relationship has the leverage. There you go. My man understands. Yep, very smart guy. I noticed this with my personal experience. I never had trouble getting women, but I noticed when I didn't really give a shit, I got whatever I wanted. But sometimes I would lose frame when I liked a particular woman too much, resulting in me not getting her. There's a realization that the more you like someone, the more important it is to stay true to yourself and never bend the knee, because you will end up losing both the girl and your frame. Facts. There it is, man. It's all real. And it's okay if you're learning this shit. And it's okay. Some of you had to have your entire relationships burned down to come to this point. It's fine. Don't beat yourself up. Just recompose yourself and fucking keep on trucking, bro. You're a man. Don't need to be down in dumpsters or like irrationally angry at women in general for what the fuck happened to you. Fix it, move forward with the next one. Live your life. As usual, boys, appreciate you guys for tuning in. Thoughts on this episode and the topic, some of the crazy shit I've said. And as usual, we'll see you on the next one. Take care, boys.
I hope you've stretched because we're about to do a little mental gymnastics right here with this one.
I think that body count's a social construct in general. I don't think it's productive.
Body count's a social construct.
Yeah, I think that people put a lot of social importance on it, and when it's to me, and I think to a lot of other people, it's not important. Like it doesn't matter.
Okay, so you all said, just to bring it back here, body count shouldn't matter.
Oh my god. Look how awkward they get. You can try to get rid of shame, but it's somehow still there. It's almost like we have right and wrong written on our hearts.
Body count shouldn't matter, right?
Here we go.
Right? Okay, if body count shouldn't matter,
are you going to ask for ours?
what's your body count?
3.
Well, hold on. Go ahead.
I think it's a social construct. I'm not going to share.
I thought it was a social construct. It shouldn't matter.
It doesn't matter. I don't count.
But just like for people who are curious, I think you should share.
I don't want to. Thank you, though.
If it doesn't matter, why don't you want to?
Be the change you want to see in the world.
I think that body count's a social construct.
So yeah, if it doesn't matter, why wouldn't you just share it? Because it matters and they know it. They know it. And because of that, you see like a schism between the women right now. You see those ones that are trying to, change the truth. Sort of, these aren't the droids you're looking for. Then you have ones who are sounding the alarm and trying to wake other women up. Look at this. This one is an example of how they're getting it, but they're still not all the way getting it because their brain is still focused on the prize, and that's you, and that's your resources. At the end of the day, you know it. They'll never admit it. But listen to this one.
When I suggest that women should not have a high body count, it's going to hurt their chances of getting married to a quality guy. People in the comments will suggest that it's a good idea for women just to do whatever they want and lie about their body count later and pretend like the number is lower than it actually is. This is a horrible idea. Men can absolutely tell when women have been ran through by a bunch of guys because those women are totally unhappy. They've been used for their body. They haven't been at all cherished or
yeah, they've been used, but that's the thing is they use their body to get stuff and they allowed people to use it, even if the man didn't think of it that way. She's the one putting it out there, creating that situation. So she's the one that comes away traumatized and exactly like this young lady is saying.
appreciated for their work ethic, personality, intellect, you name it. They haven't been appreciated for it. These women start to feel worthless and empty. They start to feel cynical about not just the men who have hurt them, but actually about all men, including those men who haven't done anything to them. Men can spot this negative energy from a mile away. And so instead of lying about the body count, a better idea would just to stop sleeping around. When I suggest that women
Exactly. Now, is it for virtuous reasons? Not really, but A, for effort, right? She's trying to sound some kind of an alarm, and she's going to get a lot of hate for it because we like a world where we can do whatever we want and there's no consequences or accountability. And if there is, well, that's misogyny, that's judgment, you're insecure. So we're going to delve into what the women really think about this whole body count issue and how they are doing these mental gymnastics to make it seem like it doesn't count so they can do whatever they want and excuse their past, blame you. Yesterday, we talked about how the men view it, which was very enlightening. Today, it's all about the women. So buckle up. Welcome back to Far From Eden.
What the fuck? 5 minute intro.
We have an article from women.com. I swear they seem like they're just all like fake made up publications, websites, just to get these propaganda pieces out to justify what a lot of women are doing and to encourage it in the ones that haven't done it yet. Say they're 16, 17 years old, haven't had that college experience yet, haven't ridden the carousel yet. They want to get them on board because there goes society. Promiscuity. I know it sounds crazy, especially to a lot of young people, but promiscuity is ruining everything. Isn't it so ironic that we have more promiscuity and yet we have population decline? I think that is evil. Like I said on yesterday's show, something that is so powerful, it can create a human life, a new human that's never existed before, comes into the world, comes into existence because of this act between a man and a woman. Why would we be shocked that it's powerful enough that when it's absolutely perverted into all of this degeneracy, that it would drag down society? And we all know, if you know a little bit about history, we know that at the downfall of great big empires and societies in the past, Rome, Greece, what was happening towards the end of that society? Promiscuity, degeneracy, perversion. Weird, right? History has a way of, repeating, rhyming, whatever you want to say. There's a pattern, and we shouldn't be downplaying any of this. We can see the dating problems, and a lot of people just focus on that and think it ends there. No, that's sort of like a canary in the coal mine, except by now it's like the pterodactyl in the coal mine, you know? It's like, it's too late for a lot of it. I really think it's too late for society. But I don't think it's too late for some individuals. I think the truth is powerful, and it will cut through a lot of the lies for some people. You'll have pockets of it. You know, kind of like under communism, you had pockets of people still holding close to scripture, keeping it secret, but protecting it all the more, you know, because it was taken away. So they hunkered down. And I think, you know, as we face this downfall of society, we have to hunker down and draw nearer to the truth. And that that's it's reassuring. Anyways, so from woman.com, written by a woman, probably says it at the end who it was. Does it really matter? No. How to handle being asked about your body count, right? Parentheses, not that it matters. All right. No matter how you identify sexually, chances are the body count topic has come up at least once in the dating game. Just the fact they call it a game, seriously. It's a competition. Games are competition, right? Your body count refers to how many people you've had sex with. And although it's no one's business but your own, it can sometimes be made into a far bigger deal than it is. Right away. She's like, hey, you shouldn't have an opinion about this. They make up their own morals. Unfortunately, those who identify as women are particularly at risk of being shamed for their number, all too often by cisgender men. Okay, the language here, we already know who we're dealing with. We know who we're dealing with. This is how it breaks our culture and breaks down society. Because everything we actually know to be true is being torn apart here. Quote, the hypocrisy around a woman having sex is historical and sadly still current. Because it's true. Susan Winter, relationship expert and best-selling author of Breakup Triage, The Cure for Heartache, tells women, quote, men are lauded for their body count and their reputation is elevated amongst their peers. I don't think that's true at all. That is a complete fabrication. Most men don't even have the opportunity to have some kind of high body count. They're talking about like the very few men that have that opportunity to do that and would do that. And the majority of men that I've spoken to, they just want one woman. They don't want this whole roster. Women have been told that about men, though, that you're just a bunch of hound dogs, and it couldn't be farther from the truth. And no, it's almost like they accuse you of doing that which they are doing. Women are condemned and oftentimes categorized as loose, permissive, and cheap. And most certainly not girlfriend material. She added, body count is a trophy for men, but a devaluation for women. No, it's not a trophy for men. That's a lie. It's a lie so that women can justify doing whatever they want to do. Which, why is it always degeneracy? Why? Because it's rebellion. They're doing it because they know you don't like it. I think that's what the septum ring is for. You know, the bull ring? So what do you say if someone asks for your body count number? And how do you handle it if someone judges you for it? Whether you feel open to sharing your exact figure or not, we've broken down the best responses for this often uncomfortable but all too common conversation. Why is it uncomfortable, ma'am? Doesn't matter. Why is it uncomfortable? And if you're so angry that he thinks it's important, why would you want him in the first place? So many discrepancies in your way of thinking. Oh, one of the most important things to remember if someone asks your body count number is that you don't have to tell them. How many people you've been intimate with is personal and isn't information that your partner, casual date, friends, family, or anyone else for that matter has the right to know. If it's so intimate, if it's so personal, then why are you sleeping around? If it's such an intimate, private thing, why do we take it so lightly? Again, mental gymnastics. It's a disrespectful question to begin with. So why should it even matter? Turn it around and ask them to disclose their net worth. along with their last tax return. Sure, do that. Why don't you just do that? Because, we know that it's true. The problem is they don't understand what purity is about. Everything that Homath was describing in yesterday's video about purity and how it matters and how they think about it, completely not there. Which is disturbing when you think about, well, what does that say about a person who doesn't understand the value of purity? It's a little nuts. These are the people who are having babies, that are actually procreating. This is the mindset that a lot of them have and that they're passing on. And it is a complete lack of Christian ethics, which keeps our society functioning. Our laws are kind of, they mirror the 10 Commandments. Even though people don't want to admit that today. Susan Winter suggests you should also resist the urge to lie, no matter if you're tempted to over or underinflate your figure. People will judge you no matter what answer you give when asked about your past lovers, and the assumption they make is usually wrong. That's not, they can see that stare, that 10,000 ding dong stare. They see it. I can see it now too. Yeah, they're wrong. Author and columnist Tracy Cox told Pulse.ng, whatever that is, I don't care who's doing the asking. Your answer to how many lovers you've had is no answer. Some people may ask your body count as a way of discussing sexual health, but that's a totally different conversation. It's imperative in a new relationship or sexual encounter that you both or all discuss your sexual health beforehand to keep everyone safe. I think if you're doing that, body count is, you can assume that that's high, and that's a no-go, that's a veto, that's a sorry, not interested. However, as long as you get tested for STIs each year, no matter what your relationship status, and you're practicing safe sex, how many people you've slept with is irrelevant. It's never irrelevant. Consider if the information is worth sharing. I mean, has she really said anything? No. It's a lot of words to say nothing except no matter what we do, we're wonderful and you shouldn't judge us. You don't have to tell anyone how many people you've been with, but it's okay to share it if you genuinely want to. Just consider the repercussions first. Once your number is out there, there's no taking it back. And particularly when shared with a new partner you're still getting to know, it could lead to repercussions you're not ready for. Yeah, you might learn who you really are. Don't tell them who you really are. This is just, women will tell you who they are and what they're doing. All you have to do is listen. This is just manipulation to get what you want. They can totally lie, and they will lie. They will lie because they've decided it doesn't matter and it shouldn't matter to you, so I'm going to justify lying. That's what I hear in this article. Reading between the lines is, yeah, just lie about it. I believe that unless one can really handle the truth, then this conversation should be left undiscussed. Relationship expert and author Alexis Nicole White told Elite Daily. Board-certified psychiatrist Dr. Susan Edelman shared a similar sentiment, noting you must be prepared for their reaction. When you open this can of worms, it can backfire. Do you see how they're telling women not to say it without saying don't say it? This is, what do they call that, a dog whistle? It's like wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Don't say it. Don't say it. That's what all of this is really trying to drive home. Sometimes a man will think the number won't bother him. Sometimes a man will think the number won't bother him. But when he actually finds out, he flips out. No, he's just going to act like it's not going to bother him because then he'll get you to say it. Men are smart. The body count question can also be an entryway into other uncomfortable discussions, such as exactly what you did with past partners. Man, if you guys look back at yesterday's episode, this is exactly what Home Math was talking about why all that matters. And this is basically, don't tell them, hide it. There will be repercussions. It could be a precursor for insecurities to develop moving forward. Yeah, they're talking about his insecurities. So insecure, why can't you just love me as my degenerate self? However, there can be benefits to divulging that part of your past. If you consider yourself to be in a loving, mutually respectful relationship, knowing more about your partner's past may strengthen your bond and help you to understand them better. Quote, honesty creates intimacy. Having a safe place to have these difficult discussions will bring you closer as a couple, Susan Winter tells women. Not necessarily. That's a woman thing. No, bringing up some truth that is revealing about you, I mean, maybe if he's like, yeah, and I committed some crimes, and you kind of go, yeah, okay, well, the past is the past, and that's a good couple because, you know, skeletons. If someone won't stop asking about your body count, initiate an open discussion about why it's unimportant. She's gonna tell you what you should care about. She's gonna tell you what should matter to you. Darn it. Behave, little boy. That's how they think. They think. Unimportant, no matter if your number is high or low. Being intimate with multiple people doesn't prove misconceptions like you've been intentionally promiscuous. Oh, why would that be a bad thing? Or are more interested in sex than in deeper relationships. Though there's nothing wrong with that as long as you're upfront with your intentions. Quote, a person's body count may reflect their comfort in being sexual. Yeah, you don't want that. You don't want that. Oh, just so comfortable. No, and I know a lot of men think of like when women have tattoos, you know, like up their leg or on their chest, like you're laid there. Like let a man sit there and draw on you and you're like partially naked. Like they think about that stuff. Women have no idea that men think like that. No idea. Quote, a person's body count may reflect their comfort in being sexual and may also indicate that they've been actively
She's hyper conservative, but
dating and
I
in
don't mind it
search
too
of the
much.
right type of partner. Yeah,
She's on
right.
a lot of truth there
No,
for sure.
they've been trying to get that alpha guy, that 9 or 8, 9 or 10, that is just like, oh, you're good. You're 4 or whatever. Like, the night is slow. And you've been trying to get him out of the situationship into a relationship and he won't. And now you're starting to get baby rabies. So you're trying to clean it up. And then you go, I was just searching for the right man and now I found him and it's you. And yeah. Oftentimes the hunt for the right partner can unintentionally elevate a woman's body count. Yeah, serial monogamist. I've been engaged 4 times. Again, trying to force relationships with certain men and it doesn't work out or what have you, and she breaks up, and that's just showing a pattern. It's not good. But it was virtuous. She was hunting for the right partner. But you don't have to just give it up when you're doing that, unless you're using that to trap them. A person's past also doesn't always reflect their intentions for the future. Yeah. How do you know how much? And that's the risk. And that's what women don't understand, how men think cost-benefit ratio. Risk. Men, they evaluate what the risk would be. If you feel comfortable, you could also discuss why your number is what it is, whether you disclose the exact figure or not. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Sometimes a high body count reflects deeper issues. A woman seeking validation or affirmation of her attractiveness might use sex as a form of confirmation. I think they do that a lot. It may also stem from a deep yearning for human contact. Aww, she's just so sweet.
Just
Where
validation,
sex is
right?
the only understood means of attaining that closeness, Winter shares. Do you see how they change it to try to be sort of like a helpless damsel? After all, craving a connection can be why many people get intimate too soon in a relationship. But oh, too soon? Well, if it's no big deal. Oh, contradiction after contradiction. But only delve into your past in such a candid way with someone you truly trust. Have an open discussion about why they want to know your number. Susan Winter explains. There are a few questions to ask someone who seems intent on learning body count. Ask them why, she says. What does it signify to them? What do they believe it implies? Is this an authentic belief? Or is it something shaped by social conditioning? There it is again, like we heard in the beginning from that Blondie on the whatever podcast. Social conditioning, that's all it is. They say that when it's something that's literally God's order, God's perfect order, the way he would order things. That's just social conditioning. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. It's a truth that we all know, whether we want to admit where it came from or not. Though these questions may not feel comfortable, they will allow you to better understand your partner and any insecurities they may have. Quote, there is an off chance that your partner is concerned that you've had more sex and better sex than they have. No, it's not better than what they've had. It's that you're going to compare. Don't you love how clueless they are? And then they sit here and write these long articles acting like they're smart and they've got their degrees and this and that. And all they need to do is listen to the men and believe what they say, but they don't. Perhaps they think they won't please you. So before you jump to conclusions and attack them, really try to hear what they're saying, Winter shares, noting it's best to come from a neutral place so they feel they can be open, not judged. Yeah, act like it's fine so that they reveal things. There are several other reasons someone may want to know your number that aren't necessarily negative. A person inquiring about your sexual past may be trying to connect with you or looking to feel more comfortable about their own body count. I don't think that's true at all. I don't think that's true at all. Yeah, that's why I did the home math one first, because that's actually rooted in facts and logic and what men think and how they value it and how they, categorize all of it. And these women couldn't be further off because all they want to do is justify their bad decisions and deflect any kind of shame, consequences, or accountability. Oh, if it's a close friend asking, they may wish to have a deeper conversation about sex and intimacy that relates more to their own experiences than yours. Asking their intentions will allow you to
Who is her
answer
prime
from a
audience?
more understanding, less
Man, I
defensive
suppose.
place.
She's on our side, by the way.
Yeah, it's totally different when you're talking to a friend. Know someone's reaction to your body count doesn't define you. Make sure you don't care what anybody else thinks, so you can just keep doing.
I watched a bunch of her videos. She's just pointing out all of this modern feminism bullshit.
Your degenerates.
I'm not against it.
Keep digging that
I'm
hole.
for equality and all.
If you
but this
divulge your
is
body count,
extremism.
don't let reactions define you.
It's
No
like
matter if it's
toxic.
low, high, or where you want it to be. The
It's a
number
cult
has no
ideology.
relation to who you are as a
There's
person
nothing.
or your worth.
It doesn't have nothing have to
I
do
mean,
with
you can believe
equality
that if you
anymore. It's
want
just
to.
absolute bullshit.
You can also say the sky is green, the grass is blue. But it doesn't mean it's true. If someone tries to make you feel less than because they consider your number high, that's slut shaming, also known as sex shaming, which Emily Ratajkowski has flawlessly shut down. Well, she's decided, then why are we even having the conversation? If it's been, closed. Did you hear that, man? You can't do that anymore. That's not a thing. Right? So behave, get in line. They want to boss you. They want to. This is completely out of order. We've got God, man, woman, children. And the women are trying to tell the men what they should think, how they should act, how they should feel. They're trying to be above, trying to compete. That has been the goal of feminism from the beginning, tear down the patriarchy. Well, what's in its place? Matriarchy? One of the best ways to combat slut shaming is to educate others by making it clear you're not ashamed even if you choose not to share your number. Again, like they're saying on the whatever podcast, like if you're not ashamed, then you'd say it. You're not fooling anyone except yourselves. And you're not getting anywhere with it because the men have had it. They see right through it now. These next younger generations are not brainwashed into thinking women are sugar and spice and all things nice. They've seen too much. They've seen their mothers. They've seen their sisters. They've seen how the girls even treat them in school. And they're like, yeah, I'm not going to simp for that. No, I'd rather just go live in the woods. Quote, sex is a natural part of life, but by breaking down the stigmatization around sex and sexuality is to feel empowered and confident to talk about sex. Look at the little clip I showed in yesterday's video of that high school girl dressed inappropriately, got sent home from school, and the mother is in this video like, look at that. If you had legs like that, you'd show them off too. They are trying to destigmatize it. They've been trying to do this since, very glaringly, the sexual revolution in the 60s. And it was for women. That was
Saintfield, I got a good one coming, okay, after this.
That was trying to remove
I got a really
shame,
good video after this.
remove stigma, so they could go and get all this validation and feel like they're so desired. And you're not desired the way you think you are in those ways. Like you are wanting to be used, like the second girl I showed today. Oh, feel empowered and confident to talk about sex. Everyone has a right to feel safe and comfortable. No, you don't.
Oh, sure. I'm just gonna wait
Red
until you're
Umbrella
done, bro.
Ambassador Katie
But I want to
Salmon
watch it with you,
told
okay?
Clamor UK. She also
So
recommended being
just holla
kind
when you're
to
ready.
yourself, as long as your past experiences were between
for objectifying
consenting
women,
adults.
and in
There's
the
nothing
next
to be ashamed of. Nothing heals without you examining the shame and guilt, and with that, practicing self-compassion. Right, you should never feel guilty because you don't do anything wrong. We never do anything wrong. It's trusting that we are worthy, replacing that shame with love and acceptance. Sure, let's change the meanings of this stuff. Let's just change everything. Let's change morals. Let's change truth. If someone considers your number too low, it's also not a reflection of you. A lower body count doesn't mean you're unable to attract partners, aren't sexually mature, or anything else someone may try to project onto you.
Welcome back, Tribe. Have an episode here
of this article. Men are not going to think your count is too low. Tell me you know nothing about men, the importance of purity, without telling me. The thing is, with this attitude, when they don't even understand what purity is, what the value of it is, what restraint is, that's the huge red flag. Because not being connected to those concepts, how are you going to be dedicated and, committed to your life partner and your family and stuff like that? If your morals are relative, you don't really understand goodness, you're going to try to change it into meaning something else. that says huge things about you. That is like the biggest red flag. And these women will end up alone. That so many of them will. They're going to lie to themselves straight into, you know, buy dog die alone type of thing. Because they're
What?
going to blame men the whole time that they have a problem and they're shaming and they're judging. Never ever listening. Never ever saying, you know, I should do better. But like the second video I played in the beginning, women are starting to wake up a bit. And I said like it's gonna be just pockets of them. And it's hard to know if they're telling the truth. It's better to, you know, have grown up with them, know them since you were young, so you actually know what their history is. You actually know. Because otherwise you don't. Like I said, we're all actresses. And if we want you to believe something, we're pretty much going to do it. We'll make you question that you're really detecting that 10,000 ding dong stare. Because we're going to say the right things. And we're going to feign innocence. And that's the thing to watch out for now, because now they're realizing that it's something that you value. So they're going to realize to fake it. And how are you going to know the difference? So let's just sit back and watch it all burn. I mean, that's
Alexa
all we can really
Hightower.
do at this point.
Yo, what's up?
But it's important
Ding
to know what
dongs.
the truth is. And
Yeah, the
I think
10,000 ding dongs there is
fascinating
really
to
good.
know why we're in the situation we're in. And it's so much bigger than the dating crisis. The dating crisis is the pterodactyl in the coal mine. And that means it's, you know, it's long past the canary, long past that first warning.
How are you? I'm destroyed.
I think the
I
first
was
warning was a long, long time ago.
on a rave yesterday.
And no one stood up to it. We just all bowed down to the
I
propaganda.
had a little bit too much to drink.
And we're destroying each other
So
in the
yeah,
process. And it's mostly coming from our side.
I'm not used to it
We're
anymore,
the
you know.
movrebellious ones. And it
Let's
started in
just
the garden and
leave
it
it
hasn't
there.
stopped. It hasn't stopped. It's the same dynamic happening. Just this is on a macro scale. That's what I see. So that's why you have to protect your peace.
You look
Because all
down.
this
Thank you.
chaos
I
manifests
always
in
look
so
down.
many ways. It manifests in the workplace. Everywhere you go, every interaction you have. And
I'm
you guys know it.
definitely
You have to
destroyed.
protect your peace. Make sure you're feeding your soul, keeping yourself strong. I love you guys, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye.
It was really good though, because I haven't been on one of these even since pre-COVID, and I've seen a bunch of people that I have not seen in a long time. Brave is good with muscles. What do you mean with muscles? The rave is good with muscles. How long you was there? I was there for 8 hours. A lot of people that have good shape. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I guess. it was really good. It was very fun time and very social experience. And I want to do it again. So summer is on the rise, and hopefully we're gonna have some more coming. But damn, dude, did I take a beating? Holy fuck! Like I just could not eat or function at all until like 2 hours ago. The whole day is screwed. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't been on a festival in a long time. Holy shit. But there was some really crazy ones. I'm really craving to go on a festival, like a nice rave festival or something, but that would be a huge vacation, and I'm kind of just having to work this year at least, like full time. There is no No vacations for me, no break time, nothing. No days off. But it's cool. So, you know, I chose it to be like this for at least this year and probably next year. And then, yeah, let's see where we get to. But if there's something close by, you know, I'll definitely try and hop onto that. Like a one-day thing, especially on weekends. Yeah. Cool, another video by Far From Eden. I love her so much, dude. She is a real waifu material. Next we're gonna watch this one by Finding Sky. I love her so much, and she's in the video with Bo Refik. I really like this guy as well. So it's a double win, but we're gonna wait for Sanefield to be done with cooking before we watch this one. No, thank you so much. I don't know them here in Germany. Wir sind auch aus Deutschland, ne? Sanefield, what are you having, bro? Yo, what's up, yikes? What's up, yikes? How is it going? Dude, I'm destroyed. Oh, fuck. That's good, man. I got one chicken wing left, but no more fries. That's messed up. Vegan? No, he's got sausages. Well, sausages could be vegan. Well. Delicious, man. I'm par, but more English and Spanish people. Wait, I didn't get it. Alexa, are you from Germany or what do you mean? When you say I don't know them here in Germany, what did you mean by that? Because I got the impression that you're from Germany. I got an earworm from a song. We have to listen to it really quick.
the dark. But hear me out, life is worth staying for. You don't know what's ahead. 5 years from now, you could be laughing, alive, unstoppable. The universe would feel your absence, even if you think no one would care.
Yo, yikes, these emotes are nice. Is this a free emote? Can I use this as well? Best G happy. Oh, sad. On pavement. My favorite song at 2 a.m. This must be Song of the Year. I was gonna release another one this week for sure.
Someone will only survive because you exist. You are not your darkest thoughts. Like a storm, this will pass. Just hold on. This chapter is dark,
But not the whole book. Best part might still be ahead. You matter.
even if you don't believe in it. I do.
Sorry for that. I had to I had to listen to it. It was just in my head all day today.
Flirten ist ein Schritt in die
Kick. Yo, Alexa, are you gone? I didn't draw a card for today, by the way, so let's do that as well. Let's see. Oh shit. Fuck, I spilled beer in the back of my desk. I don't even know what's behind there, dude. Fuck. You matter.
They say hope never dies, but we're stomping on its grave. Dissection! Poison runs through rusted veins. War-born children never learn their names. The sky spits fire, the ground caves in. Running hands reach out, but there's nothing left to give. No gods, no kings, just sickness and death. No one's in low, singers left, just lies in our backs. Designation, crawling in ash. Blood on the walls, erase the past for us.
False idols reign, their hands bathed in gold. We kneel to the paper, let our hearts grow cold.
Love is dead, left to rot in the streets. The rich get full, while the poor get disease.
No dawn, no light, just a kingdom of graves. Hope is a corpse with a smile on its face. The starving still pray, but nothing remains. The world is screaming.
No one is safe.
Ooh, cool pentacles.
Divide them deeper, make them blind.
Shit.
No one to fight if there's no fight.
A system built to tear us apart.
Balancing.
We faded, still we obey.
Lookin's already dead.
I'm from outer space. I got Loki way for blood, evolution in my vein. I'm gone, I've been far away. I'm a Lumineer now, making moves, starting ways. I've been dreaming about fighting for a long time. I had a vision from the brain that wanna call sign. Artificially intelligent new AI. I'm your future, past and present on the fine line.
Yeah, I'm missing link in this illusion. I'm not really here, I'm an intrusion.
I don't swim or sink, I just flow. I don't need gravity, I just need growth. Jericho crumble. Break down walls, break Jericho crumble. I don't swim or sing, I just float. I don't need gravity, I just need growth. I speak, the stars collapse. I rise, the earth reacts. I am limitless, I am free. The universe moves with me. Break down walls that shield our wall. Break down walls where champions walk on.
Hi everyone, today we are going to be learning tarot in a very short period of time. I'm going to be here to teach you. Now, I just want to say that anyone can actually read tarot. It's about how you do it and of course the different meanings, and those can be sort of quite challenging to learn. So I'm going to be sharing with you the meanings and of course how to read. So I actually read with spirit guides, so I know all of the meanings of the cards and then I essentially channel, and I have spirit guides and angels that I actually use throughout my readings to feel out the energy and to be able to interpret the energy my spirits are around. So I really truly believe that when I'm shuffling cards, they influence the energy around me, and that's essentially how I am able to read. So I'm going to be sharing with you all of the meanings for all 78 of the tarot cards. So, first thing I want to mention is that the cards can be read upright or in reverse. As a reader, I mainly read upright just because I think there are enough messages in the tarot cards to be able to read completely upright, and I also that's how the guides around me essentially help me to read the cards as well. The other thing I want to mention is that when I'm talking about the meanings of these cards, if you are someone who likes to read reversed, or if your cards come out in reverse a lot, the meanings are the complete opposite. Okay, so we are going to start first of all with the Fool card. The Fool card is the first card in tarot, but it's also 0, which means that essentially it is number 0, even though it's the first card. So let's start with the Fool card. The Fool is this fresh, clean, new energy. Just like when you start from 0, it is this beautiful, clean slate. The Fool is standing on top of this cliff, very carefree, has a rose in their hand. It's like they've packed up all of their belongings. They're ready to go on this journey. They're ready to take this leap of faith with this little dog here as well. And this dog sort of is warning them of any challenges or warning them of any
Look at the dog, she's so cute.
that the Fool may face, because the Fool is someone who can be quite immature and just take this leap of faith without even thinking twice. So the Fool is known to be this challenging, kind of devilish, I don't want to say challenging in a very negative way, but really sort of just goes and does stuff and is very, very much carefree, really carefree, and this energy that is just fresh, it's new, it's the beginning, and it's a really great energy to start off the whole tarot section with. We also have the Sun here as well, and it's just this fresh, clean energy. Now in reverse, it would mean the opposite. Okay, so it would mean the opposite of every single thing I said. So we have the Fool. Then we have number 1, which is the Magician. The Magician is about manifestations. The Magician is about being an illusionist, a trickster. So this could be about dealing with someone who is, someone who says one thing, does another, but the Magician is actually very, very smart. And this is also a card about law of attraction, being able to manifest all the things that you want. In this card, we have the infinity symbol above here, We have, you know, the magician has their own wand to make things happen. And on this table, you see that there is a wand, a cup, a pentacle, and a sword, which are all of the ingredients, I guess, in tarot. We also have a lot of growth with this, you know, these beautiful flowers. So the magician is about making things happen. You can, you know, it's also about communication as well. If you're, you know, stuck in a particular situation, this is about being able to get out of that situation. It's also about, you know, fake it till you make it, that kind of an energy where you can really manifest the things that you want in your life. That is the magician. Again, in reverse, it would mean the opposite. Then we have number 2, the High Priestess. High Priestess is known to be earth energy, Virgo, Taurus, Capricorn, is also known to be more so Taurus energy, very intuitive. We have the B and the J pillars, and these essentially are to create balance. Now also you have, you know, this beautiful, this blue, you have this moon here, which is known to be about secrets, illusions. The High Priestess is someone who can figure people out. She is someone who stands in their power. Remember, there's also no genders in tarot, so you may be talking about, you know, someone female here, but this card could represent a male as well who just takes on a more female trait. So the High Priestess is very intuitive, very intelligent, can really smell when something is off, when something is wrong, when someone's lying to her, and this energy is very, very symbolic, because it's about this, you know, people just know. High Priestess knows what the truth is. It's also about trusting your intuition and your gut, and, you know, just being okay if you're a bit more of a vulnerable person, but making sure that you trust your intuition, because this card usually does come out when, you know, the guides are really, really suggesting that it's okay to trust yourself. Even if you don't understand the situation, it's very important to trust yourself, because sometimes you know the answer. So that, in short, is the High Priestess. Then we move on to the Empress. I love the Empress. The Empress is this beautiful energy surrounded by Venus, of course, the ruler of love. And it's this energy about the mother. You know, again, there's no genders in tarot. So, you know, you could be a male that takes on the Empress energy. The Empress has just so much happening for her. There's harvest. There's also a lot of growth with these trees. She's wearing florals. Well, yeah. And she's got this beautiful crown. She's just sitting in her power. She's this mother energy, and this is about being kind, caring, nurturing, loving, unconditional. This can also be about how people perceive the Empress. So again, it's about how you take this card, whether you pull it for yourself, you pull it for someone else, or whether the spirits are telling you that it's linked to one person or another person. And it's really this beautiful energy. It's also a card about spring and summer, and a card where, you know, the Empress just makes people grow and see themselves and has the best interest of others. This is a really beautiful card and a beautiful, 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 beautiful energy. Again, earth energy as well. And the Empress does have a counterpart. Now, the High Priestess also had a counterpart as well. So counterparts are like the opposites, like, you know, kings and queens. So we're going to talk about the Empress's counterpart, which is the Emperor. And then we're going to talk about the High Priestess's counterpart, which actually comes after the Emperor, believe it or not. I know, that's so strange. But we have the Emperor. The Emperor is ruled by Aries. The Emperor sits in his power, is very, very powerful, very confident, has a lot of authority, is someone who is just very sort of fiery as well, because
You don't like
he's,
the
of course,
Emperor?
Aries
Why?
energy. So he is wrapped up in very red energy. However,
He
the
looks
thing
chill.
about the Emperor is he's not very emotional. He doesn't show a lot of emotion
King
to
of
his
Cups.
very stern face, and you can see the Aries symbols on all four corners. So it's almost like all four of his edges are very fiery and just extremely, extremely fiery and very much in their power. But the Emperor doesn't tend to show a lot of emotion, and so that is something to take on board with this particular energy.
Yeah, I
is
like
that
the Empress
there's
and the
this lack of
Magician are my
emotion,
favorites.
but a lot of power. And you know, that's how the two counterparts are able to balance each other, because the Empress is very, very emotional, but they work. It's this opposites attract energy. But when you're reading this for a particular person, it could mean that they're very much in their power, they're very honest and upfront, but perhaps they are not very emotional and they just have a lot of that fire
The
within
Tower.
them. Not everybody is emotional, but that is pretty much the Emperor. Then we have the Hierophant. Hierophant is the counterpart to the High Priestess, ruled by
actual
Taurus
card
energy
shape? What
as
do you mean?
well, Earth energy, so Virgo, Taurus, Capricorn as
Oh,
well.
by the way, I saw a deck.
The
It was like no
Hierophant
card shapes, but like
is an
round
energy
discs.
to
I'm gonna
do
get that one for
with
sure.
authority and more, I guess, religion and practice of that nature. Is also known to be like a father figure, someone long term, like almost like husband material, because the Hierophant really values commitment,
He's
stability,
husband material.
long term. That's what they value. They really, really want that in their life. And it's almost that idea of a key, commitment. So the Hierophant is this figure of, I always think of church as well, and spiritual beliefs, religious beliefs, but I also think about order and tradition. So, it could be marriage and commitment and doing things in a specific order.
Oh, next is the
but also
Lovers.
this
I
father
really
figure
like the Lovers as
and
well.
this figure that really believes in tradition, essentially. So we have the Hierophant. This is about order, commitment, values, but very, very strong Taurus energy, and we know that Taurus is very much someone that values commitment and marriage. Now, of course, not all Tauruses do, but Taurus stereotypically is known to be quite a family-driven energy. Then we have the Lovers. This is Gemini energy. This is beautiful. This is so, so beautiful. This is essentially love. I don't know how else to explain
Oh,
it
you
to
mean
guys.
we're talking
We
about
have
the
the sun
tattoo?
here. We
Okay.
have this sort of split energy. Gemini is known to be two sides, the twins, of course, but it's almost like you are one soul split into two, and you have found your other person. Or when you pull this card in a reading and you're asking a question about love, it just signifies that that person is thinking about you, that person wants you, or that you want that person. Or it really depends in which way this
I
card
love
is
this card the
pulled, but
most
it's a very,
because it's
very,
destroying me, dude.
it's a very important card. If you pull it in terms of family, it just shows that there's a lot of love there and a lot of support, and it's very equal and very mutual and very loving and gentle, and it's this
Check out the
growing,
Tower.
blooming energy. Then we have the Tower. Now, the Tower symbolizes
Oh my
the
god.
universe.
Look at this. Oh my god, this is horrible. What the fuck?
Demolishing something in our lives to bring in something even better. This card is very much symbolic of the whole universe. It is about them, taking out the old, bringing in the new, but also about this big shake-up that can happen in our life, situations that we may not expect.
This I'm getting this is World Trade Center
but they happen for a
vibes.
reason. The
That
Tower
is
happens
horrible,
for a
dude.
reason, and we may not realize it
Look
at
at the
that
people
particular
falling.
time
Oh
because
my
it looks
Jesus.
like this, and we're just like, what? Why? What is the point of this? But actually, it happens.
I didn't
for a
know
specific
it had
reason,
people
and
falling
the
out of the
reason is
tower.
actually it's actually a pretty good
That
reason,
is
because in the end
brutal.
we realize, I'm so glad that happened because it brought me this, this and this, or it made me realize this, this and this. So the Tower happens for a specific reason, and it is pretty rapid. It is a shake-up in our lives, but it happens for a reason. Okay, I'm just going to take a little sip of my tea.
We're gonna watch this at some point. I studied this, so eventually we're gonna look at all of them. And then check out this one. Check the world. Let's check the world.
We have here the World. So this is the last major arcana for the first 22, I believe 22 cards. So we have the World. This is about completing a cycle. This is about a phase ending. This is about a cycle being completed. This is about karma being wrapped up. It's about this new chapter, this new phase. It's about all of these traits and it's about feeling very positive and great, and you know this person's just floating and they feel great and amazing. So it's all about this cycle ending, and the world card is about
Let me light an
completion. It
incense
can
here.
also indicate the world, perhaps seeing more of the world, you know, physically, but also it's about a cycle ending and a new one essentially beginning. This is the end of the major arcana, so it essentially is, you know, this cycle that has been wrapped up, and you can start on a new page. So now we're going to start with the swords. So we have the King of Swords.
So I came across this video earlier this morning, and I was listening to it half dead because I was still drunk. I'm gonna give it another go because I really like this one. So it's by Finding Sky. She's a young woman, and I appreciate all of her videos. Really, really good. Takes on a bunch of stuff. Very critical. Socially. She is talking about everything. Basically Western ideological, a lot of dynamic between sexes and stuff. And then we have what's his name again? Borefik. He's always on point with everything he says. And now he came across a video of hers, and this is what we got.
Recommended by you guys, called How Modern Feminism Scammed a Generation of Women by Finding Sky. First time
It's
seeing
really
this
good,
channel.
really good.
One second, feminism is demonizing men for objectifying women, and in the next, it's encouraging girls to sell their body on OnlyFans so that men can objectify them. I mean, which is it? Are you sexually empowered, or are you a victim of oppression? I used to consider myself a feminist until I realized that women were using it as a means to justify going out like this and then complaining about being called hot. Shorty, have you seen your own ass? I swear to God, women are the only ones that can spend 2 hours doing their makeup and picking out an outfit and then still say they don't want to be judged on their appearance. Girl, you literally pulled up your leggings to your third rib and gave yourself the ultimate wedgie. We know you didn't dress like this for you. When you look at the actual definition of feminism, all it is supporting women having access to equal.
Are the younger generations becoming more based? What's going on?
Right.
She is
I'm
so
not going to sit
based.
here and call myself an anti-feminist as someone who agrees with the core definition of feminism. But the problem is that the word has evolved to mean something very different. It's not just about women's rights anymore. There are other ideological strings attached. A major concept of modern feminism has been encouraging sexual liberation. This was started partly due to the double standard around sexuality for men and women. When a man frequently engages in casual sex, he's considered a stud, but when a girl does it, she's considered a slut. Sexual promiscuity leads to less satisfaction in relationships for both genders. Just because it's more socially acceptable for a guy to have casual sex doesn't mean women should be trying to match that expectation by normalizing it. Two wrongs don't make a right, and promoting a destructive behavior under the marketable guise of sexual liberation is abhorrent. It's so interesting how women constantly complain about how shallow and objectifying their relationships with men are, but then promote hookup culture, which directly encourages this exact transactional process. If feminism actually cared about women as much as it claims to, the movement would be encouraging them to be more selective about their sexual partners. It would be educating them about the negative effects of casual sex, since we know that it leads to decreased relationship satisfaction, loneliness, and depression. And look, I know people are going to take this as me trying to tell women how to live. That's not what I'm doing at all. You have all the freedom in the world to live exactly how you please. However, where I do have an issue is when a cultural movement is built on a foundation of lies. If you're going to have an entire movement, an entire ideology who claims its very goal is to benefit women, then encourage behavior that actually benefits women. At one point, this movement had genuinely pure intentions. It's the reason I have a right to vote and work and be educated. Feminism changed our lives as women for the better. So I'm sorry, but I can't help but feel like now it's doing the complete opposite. It's a common feminist position to be anti-tradwife. They insist that tradwives have some sort of Stockholm syndrome where they've fallen in love with their own oppression, claiming that it perpetuates traditional gender roles which have held women back. But I thought what actual feminism was supposed to be about was supporting women's freedom of choice. That means supporting them if they choose to climb the corporate ladder and supporting them if they choose to be a housewife. I thought the
And
whole
both
point
is
of feminism
equally
was to
okay.
respect a woman's freedom of choice, even if
Wow, she's killing
Being
it
a
right
housewife
now.
is a job as well.
It's Schrodinger's feminism. A woman is simultaneously oppressed and empowered. Her
This
actual
comment
status
is
then
so good.
depends on what the woman perceives as more advantageous in any given
any given situation.
Yeah. Incredible. This is a great takedown.
it's not the choice we would personally.
Could you imagine this conversation being had like, oh, just 5 years ago when the woke train was like full steam ahead? This is nuts, dude. We're making
It's
real
still
real
pretty
progress here.
full
Only
steam ahead.
make. It was
But
to
ever since the
recognize that there's
election
not a one size
and
fits all
Trump
lifestyle for
winning,
women
it's
and that they
a little
should
bit
be able
calmed
to
down.
prioritize what's important to them. Feminism will argue against this by saying that choices don't exist in a vacuum and society impacts your ability to make autonomous decisions, but you can make that exact same argument on the other side too. I could sit here and tell you that your decision to be a feminist is because social media has brainwashed you into believing that women are oppressed. So your choice to be a feminist isn't a real choice at all, but instead a reaction to your cultural environment. You can run in circles forever trying to make this argument against
It's
either
so good.
side. That's because it's a dumb argument. Who are you to assume that another woman's choices aren't autonomous? The mere assumption of that is actually quite anti-feminist of you. This is the female version of Sneeko calling everyone who disagrees with him a bot. You're accusing grown women of being incapable of coming to their own autonomous conclusions. That means you're doing the exact thing that you constantly accuse men of doing to you. Maybe some women like traditional gender roles. That's cool. Let them do their thing just like you're allowed to do yours. I'm the most masculine woman I've ever met. I should be the first in line to be championing the end of traditional gender roles. But I'm not like this because I'm resisting the patriarchy. This is just a part of how I am. I like buying stocks, playing with boobs. I'm just a chill guy. WAP. Women against porn. Except in today's terms, it means wet ass put. With modern feminism currently preaching sexual liberation, it may be surprising to learn that at one point it was the complete opposite. In the 1970s, anti-pornography was a growing part of feminism. And when you think about it, it actually makes perfect sense, because it's consistent with the core values of feminism, to demonize the objectification of women and stop the fetishization of sexual violence against them. We know that porn is overwhelmingly aggressive towards women. We also know that consumers are more likely to commit acts of sexual violence, less likely to intervene if they witness an assault, and more likely to objectify and dehumanize women. Porn is seriously bad for both genders, but especially women. So to see the feminist movement glorify platforms like OnlyFans and other adult content feels like a complete slap in the face. How can you possibly complain about how oppressive it is to be objectified and then objectify yourself for profit? I don't understand how modern feminists have come to this conclusion. Actually, that's a lie. I do understand. I completely understand, because it would go against the sexual liberation movement. It goes against the sex positivity narrative. But one
saying this stuff 5 years ago would have branded you a misogynist. It's great to hear it from the female perspective, because now it's becoming, how many views is this? It's getting mainstream cover. 214,000 views 12 days ago. She's very sharp. She's completely deconstructing all the degeneracy that, let's just say, Red Pill or Manosphere channels have been talking about, perfectly backed up with stats. It's just informationally dense, and she's hitting on all the sore spots that we've been talking about. It's great to finally see. This is the younger generation too, by the way. It's not somebody that was like through the ringer already in their 40s, 50s, and then they're so disconnected. We got the old people, right, trying to tell younger people, like, don't go the way I went, or here's how we failed you, or here's how much society's changed. I don't think all this change was too good. You know, all the progressive ideologies and stuff like that. We have overshot in a bunch of aspects in life, including family planning, marriage, relationships, all that stuff, dating culture. And those stats do bear out that these younger generations
I don't know
are
what you
actually
mean
more
with the
conservative than their
grade, because
predecessors.
it's
It's
actually the
crazy to
other way
see.
around, right?
Bravo.
One honest look at the statistics and it's blatantly
But there
clear.
is a
There's
split.
nothing liberating or positive
Like
about
one
this
group is
industry. So what
degrading
happened?
themselves,
Why
that's
did
for
the
sure.
anti-corn feminist protests stop? This article explains it perfectly. Anti-corn feminists were labeled sex negative in an era of feminism that was heavily influenced by liberalism. Individual choices, as opposed to mass liberation, became the forerunning feminist agenda. If that doesn't perfectly encapsulate the modern feminist movement, I don't know what does. The current movement wants all the ideals of feminism without having to sacrifice anything for it. The movement doesn't want to give up porn. It doesn't want to give up casual sex. That would be infringing.
And I don't know if she gets into it in the last 4 minutes, but this is the snake eating its own tail when they allowed men in women's bathrooms simply because you identify as a woman. That's the ultimate end stage of the entire movement failing on its own hypocrisy, is when they started allowing men that dress up as women to think they're women, play in women's sports, and go in women's bathrooms and completely eradicate all female spaces just by identifying as a woman. How insane is that? That's crazy.
On my personal freedoms, but maybe true liberation requires some personal sacrifice of those beloved freedoms. You can't eat a pound of cake every day and expect to lose weight. Your goals require a sacrifice. The issue of equal pay is another primary subject that feminists bring up. It's also probably the #1 most misrepresented topic in feminism. The gender pay gap does not exist because of the patriarchy oppressing women. The pay gap only exists because women are more likely to choose lower paying jobs. If you compare a man and a woman working at the same place, in the same position, with the same amount of experience, working the same amount of hours, the pay is exactly the same. But when you compare the average income of men versus women, there's obviously going to be a gap. This is because men choose careers like car mechanics and truck driving, whereas women choose careers like teaching and nursing. A quick comparison of these incomes, and it's easy to see why there's a pay gap. It's not misogyny that creates this gap, it's just preference. Women have all the freedom in the world to go be an automotive mechanic, just like men can become teachers, but that's not typically what each gender wants to do on average. So from the outside, when you show the statistic of the gender pay gap, everyone's jaw drops and jumps to conclusions about sexism, but if you just look a little deeper, it's easy to see why it's there. If you're a woman and you're unhappy with your salary as a teacher, go be a truck driver. It is actually that simple. Something I can't stand about the feminist movement, and really many other modern movements, is how evasive they are to taking responsibility. If you're not happy with your pay, change jobs. You don't have to make it a political movement. You don't have to find someone to blame. You can just do something to change your situation.
True.
You can't really talk about feminism without also talking about the red pill manosphere space. This is because they respond to one another culturally. The red pill purports that they have the solutions to these modern feminist problems. Spoiler alert, they don't. The red pill solution is extremely unrealistic for the majority of both men and women. The red pill has this idea that women need to just skip college and go back to being housewives, except that most of the men saying this would never be able to afford that lifestyle. Homie, you don't even have the career to be able to pay for the lifestyle of the woman that you want. The red pill will blame women for failing to fulfill their feminine roles without even recognizing that as men, they're failing just as badly at fulfilling their masculine ones. I really don't think that the red pill's idea of expecting men to be able to afford supporting an entire family on their one income is realistic at all. I think in theory, the traditional family dynamic is a great idea and would make very happy, healthy relationships. But in modern times, less than 1/4 of men will ever be financially capable of achieving such a feat. And today,
And there goes the dynamite. That's completely true. So I said the economic underpinnings are what makes this painful for both men and women. The ideal solution, or actually going back to traditional ideals, requires you to have an income multiples higher than the average earning wage in the United States. To keep your woman at home and to have multiple kids, that's the brutal reality. All of this, the masculine nature of women, aka they need to go out and get a job and work and provide for themselves. The effeminate nature of men today, not having jobs, not being able to provide for themselves, being stuck in a loop of like depression and consuming basically slop to keep themselves busy with their idle hands, is exactly exacerbated by the economic underpinnings I talked about. This is what I'm telling you. Red pill solution isn't applicable to every single man. True. But is it the ideal outcome that you'd like to have? Yes. That is why they say work hard, get your money up, get fit, self-improvement on all fronts, mental, physical, spiritual. That's what I've always preached to guys. Why? Because you're trying to reach this ideal in a less than ideal world. Is everybody going to be able to have a stay-at-home wife? Obviously not. Are you going to have to navigate some modern dating traps with having a woman that works all the time? Of course. Are there realities like, most people meet somebody they cheat with at work? That's true. You're going to have a relationship that will be more stressful when both of you have to work. You're going to lose a lot of money on childcare. That causes more stress. There's modern relationships in marriage has its own traps that you try to avoid by becoming the ideal so you could go back to a more traditional time. Or what a lot of people are doing is pulling back from the corporate cuck lifestyle and going out into smaller towns and living a more, what could you call it? I guess it would be called luxury farming. You can call it homesteading. You call it whatever it is, where you're raising your own garden, you have your own land, you're pulling back and doing something like having your own business. I don't know, man, selling something, maybe a YouTube channel, maybe you happen to be a good creator, which again is not ideal for most people, or you're, making something from your animal products like soaps or moisturizers, or you're making candles, or you're good with wood. So you have your own custom, to order woodworking business where you're making God knows what for people, right? Like you're artisanal in some way. You are your own business. The other dudes are doing 3D printing, stuff like that. And they're making products, whatever it is. You have to be basically your own man today and pull back away from the cities to get an more affordable lifestyle, and then figure out how to sustain yourself in that manner. The other shortcut to all that is either you already worked or you got lucky with like digital business in the world of the internet today, and you do the like digital nomad, passport bro, travel around the world kind of stuff and maximizing cost of living in that sense. But again, that's not the ideal for most people, but I am noticing the pulling back from the city lifestyle.
Today's economy, the trad lifestyle is reserved for only the most prosperous men. But yet the red pill preaches it like it's the majority solution. Pew Research shows in 2022, only 23% of households had the husband as the sole provider of income. That means 77% of women were contributing to household income. Most guys just aren't out here making enough money to support himself, a woman, and
Nobody
kids.
making
And
enough
in
money, dude.
today's economy, I would say that's pretty
Like your sick, yeah, but
understandable. What I don't see the red pill talking about is how a lot of women would love to adopt the traditional lifestyle, but there's just not enough prosperous men to go around. Given an alternative, many women might very well choose to be a housewife. Feminism might be the only movement that can get away with constantly complaining about how oppressive it is to be objectified and then simultaneously objectify themselves. The problem is that this movement wants all the benefits of feminism without any of its consequences. Say you want equality until you realize that means splitting the bills, unclogging the toilet, and having to kill the spider. In modern relationships, it's common for the financial theory of the woman to be everything he makes is ours and everything I make is mine, rather than both partners contributing equally, which is what feminism claims to want to do. There's a book called Sexual Utopia and Power by Roger Devlin that sums this up perfectly. The modern woman wants all the benefits of a traditional marriage, but is unwilling to pay the cost. She wants a man to marry her without her having to marry the man. Some feminists are even demanding that there be quotas for women to be in executive positions, but they never talk about there being quotas for women in bricklaying. It's clear that modern feminism wants all the benefits of something without any of its sacrifice. Let's be very clear. That is not equality. That's privilege.
Oh, wow. Canceled. Gen Z doing its job, huh? At least some of them are awake. There is hope for the future. This is so true, too. Sadly, women who watch this will not let your points soak in and end up calling you a pick-me. Of course, yeah. She's internalized
but look, we
misogyny,
have
clearly.
people like her now
Look at her. She's probably a man anyways.
talking
Yeah,
mad
exactly.
sense,
I
dude.
mean, it's really unfortunate, the polarization that's happening and the tribalism. Where
It's too
each
late for my
side,
generation.
whatever side you pick, is digging
Oh,
into
my
their own delusion so much
own
on a
mental health.
radical side of it that,
But maybe,
you know,
yeah,
it goes
it's
in
gonna
one
get
ear,
better.
out the other. Actually, it doesn't even go in the ear anymore. Everybody's got their ears plugged in. They don't even want to hear any criticism of the points of the stand that they've made. It's insane, dude. It's getting worse. Girl, you didn't dress like this for you. Exactly. Yeah. I say this all the time. Just because promiscuity is more socially acceptable for men in general doesn't mean they don't pay the emotional consequences. This guy says, as a guy, I look at guys who slept with hundreds of women as a sick individual. Just saying. 100% agree with this. I'm sick of my female coworkers complaining about their jobs and not going into other jobs, but blaming their problems on their boyfriends, even though they aren't self-aware themselves. Don't get me wrong. I used to be brainwashed this way as well, but I learned from my mistakes, and now I see how hypocritical feminism has become today, as well as making women fit the, quote, girl power expectations. Instead of supporting ideas and choices other women make, we make braised opinions instead of on looking at more perspectives and learning new things about us as human beings, while also not letting their opinions and judgment define you. Yeah. I told you guys, you notice this hypocrisy under like a fat chick doing TikTok videos and then a fit, beautiful woman doing TikTok videos, and the fat chick has all this fake support and adoration and love. And then if you're a beautiful woman and you're doing something and you have an opinion on something, I used to remember the trad
What's the
wives
issue
when they
with
came on
dating?
the scene, and it was one chick was doing simple housework and just recording it and being blessed to stay at home. Just kept it super simple.
Let's
wasn't
finish the
really
video.
pushing
I
much.
get onto this
And made a
in
video
just a
showing
sec.
her big ass baby, and she looked all healthy, glowing. The baby's the same. And the attacks under her comment section, the internalized misogyny, the putting us back 100 years, the feminism gave you more rights than this, that you're selling yourself short, the wait until he cheats on you, blah,
Absolutely.
blah, blah. The negativity is crazy. But you have a fat chick
I
downing
have one big
Doritos
problem that I
and
see,
Pepsi and
which
Diet
is
Cokes
getting
and
more
doing
and
dances
more
with her fat
spread of
jiggling
the
everywhere,
idea.
and she
It's
can't
being
even
spread
breathe
more
after 3
and accepted
seconds.
that
You
is
could
the
hear it on the
problem.
mic and
I'm
shit.
gonna get into it in
That
just
is
a
girl
second.
boss empowerment, thick queen, all this other crazy shit. The hypocrisy is full on display for everybody to see. This is why I think so many of the younger women are pulling back in general from the entire movement. This one says, I like reading these girl ones. It's an interesting insight. As a girl, I hate it whenever modern feminism is brought up, because there's at least one person in the group who wants to say how oppressed women are, which makes people just jump on that train, and it leads to discussions about
So
unequal
easy to
pay,
jump on this train.
objectification, just generally trash talking men for being men.
Yeah.
If I say anything adverse to it, I'll be the black sheep of the group. That's why I mostly like to be friends with guys or girls who aren't interested in such topics. Jeez. This is it.
This was such a good video, dude, by Finding Sky. And his take on it was excellent as well. Really, really good. What type of expectation. The thing with modern dating is that the where should we start with? Holy shit. You have so many double standards, and with social media providing women this picture of how they should be treated, but at the same time, you know, not wanting to basically play along. This sounds so stupid when I say it like this. But I can elaborate on it, but it's gonna take a while, and I'm absolutely, my brain is dead right now. But basically, there is this concept of being so self-reserved, and the idea is spreading that you are not to, you know, give away anything in that matter, and basically just playing games, as in, you know, testing the other person and doing all these psychological tricks and stuff. It's basically like it's an eye for an eye kind of situation going on, because everybody's doing that now, and as well the men also are jumping on the train. So that is what I see as the big problem. How old are you guys? I am 36. Paper is more important than dignity. Man, money is really evil. I think Yikes said she's 30 or something last time. 31 or so, if I remember correct. Oh, you're 40. I don't believe you. 40 playing League. How are you? How did you not lose your mind yet? (1984). Oh well, okay. But yeah, man, like my ex, for example, she, all this feminism cult ideology bullshit. And I'm not saying, again, I have to stress, I'm not against equality, and I like feminism in its core, but it has become this weaponized, highly toxic ideology that I just cannot confirm with, you know. And she was all about it as well. Yeah. Man, I'm such a romantic. Like, I see this with like such rose-colored glasses of having a wedding and being married to somebody, and it's like so special and all this kind of stuff. And just lately, I have completely abandoned the thought of it. And all I can see is basically you getting trapped for, if anything happens, you can lose half of your stuff. So I'm basically never gonna get married unless I find a traditional wife, I believe. If it feels right for you, then it feels right for you. Then loyalty is the play. But if you don't love him, you don't love him. And then you're just together. But you're not really together. And I have learned this to be a possibility of being together and not together, when all my life I was always all in. I was thinking, why would you be together with somebody if you don't love them? But like slowly now, and I'm 36, and just now I start to, you know, try to feel it out, how it could be to be with somebody that I don't love. And still, I cannot really grasp it. I cannot grasp the idea, and I actually don't want the idea. I like, just stay single then. What are you doing? Because what is it about then? It's just about sex, no? How else could you, what else does it benefit you to be with somebody if you don't love them? What does it mean to be with somebody? It's just like hanging out with somebody. We all can do that, right? Yeah, companionship, you have companionship without having to be with somebody, if you want to label it, of having a relationship. Therefore, I don't get it. But for women, for them, it's different. I guess. Do you have any kids? Yikes. Yeah, Seinfeld. I get the idea as well, but it's probably not. You know, it's probably the same for everybody. It's just we got hurt so much that we like to say it like this, like to see it like this. Because otherwise, it just doesn't make sense. Yeah, as long as you don't have kids and you don't have to in the relationship having kids involved, then it's fine. Like, then it's only about the adults, right? And they are adults, so they can handle the shit. A breakup, understanding. However, if there is a kid involved and I dare to speak about it because I don't have any, and it's such a complicated topic, it's like, damn, man, you better know what you're doing from the get-go then. Getting a kid in the first place, right? Well, you got all the possibilities in our time. As a woman, you can be by yourself for sure. Provide for yourself. You don't need a man anymore. And this is also this traditional picture of a woman needing a man for her to provide is absolutely dying out. But still, a lot of roots are still, going deep, going along with this idea. For example, not only in providing in terms of money, but like the man for her to be, protective. And then you just have the roles basically. And when it comes to roles, anyways, I actually like the idea of having somebody at home doing the chores or whatever it's supposed to be. Of course, I would also always help out also, but you have one person who's doing, it's just splitting whatever is supposed to be done, whether it's income or cooking or cleaning or whatever. It's just teamwork. It's good to live alone. Yeah. So you like to be alone, but you're lonely. I feel the same. Maybe we should hook up. Me personally, man, this is so fucking, it's like, it's so complicated for me to talk about this because man, holy shit, I don't even know where to start with this, honestly. Because I've just recently been understanding relationships. I see everything from a different angle. This year, I learned so much. Well, you're talking about it, so what is it called? It's the first you made the first right step already. Understanding yourself. I don't like grown-ups, they're boring. That is a really childish thing to say though. Because what do you mean? What are grown-ups? It sounds to me like you see some uptight blue collar guy with an briefcase kind of deal. That's not a grown-up, but that's what I think that you are saying right now. Because eventually everybody is gonna grow up. And it's actually much cooler to be grown up because you can still be a child in mind, but have the body of a grown up. So much stronger, more able and stuff. Oh no, but this is you can. I would never separate it like this. Yikes. It's just you're a gamer and they are not. It's that simple. It does not have to do with grown up or anything. I think we're all gamers in here. Yeah. My wife has to be gamer for sure. For sure. So, anyways, this was the video. I hope you guys liked it. I think you did because, yeah, the conversation is quite nice. And I like that we are all on the same page, even though we have a woman and a man in here. Looks like we are all based. And not that I'm saying again, you know, the other side has good points as well, but it just has become something else than what it has started out to be, feminism, you know? Yes, exactly, Yikes. There is bad people, oppressive people that, you know, not only they do bad things, and they do bad things due to physical superiority. My English, I don't even know. Superiority? You know what I mean. Let me type it in the chat. So therefore, these people have a, let's say, easy target in women because they are just physically less stronger. And then that elaborates into all kind of degrading and stuff. And it's absolutely right that you have to go against this. Now, in which whatever that way is, you know, the way it's going on about right now is not the way. But the idea about it is good, so you can't fault it. Yeah, that's good. You know, man, we are very privileged like this, and women who don't feel oppressed are hyper privileged in comparison to very conservative religious countries. If you look at these people, oh my god, where the women cannot go outside, cannot wear whatever they want, and it's not even about, you know, showing tits or anything. It's like really literally being slaved, and that is the gap that is still, you know, a big reality. So, you know, if you throw feminism over there, then holy shit, it is absolutely true. Whatever, like it, then I'm also fully supporting it. Again, in a more healthy sense, but yeah. So it all depends, you know. Mm-hmm.
Then we move on to the Chariot. This card is ruled by Cancer, the nurturing mother energy. This card is all about things moving forward, things progressing, moving on the up. It can also be about traveling, journeys that are being made, and it's all about balance and stability as well. It's just about
Like,
taking that leap of
in my
faith and that
heritage, women are
journey, and that
worth
things will work
very,
out.
very
If you're
less
putting this in terms
than
of
men,
family, it's about things
and
moving
I never
forward,
liked
things
it.
progressing. Same goes for career and love as well. And it can, of course, mean that you may take a journey, or you may go meet, you know, someone or a person in regards to whatever that particular
Yeah, I know
question
exactly,
is.
yikes, what you
Cancer
mean.
energy is very nurturing, so it is a very positive card to take. It means that things are essentially on the move and moving very, very well. Again, as I mentioned, anything in reverse is going to mean the opposite. It could mean, you know, obstacles, not being able to move. It could mean that things are a bit stuck right now, etc. So that is the Chariot.
They can get killed.
Then
Everybody
we
can get
move
killed.
on to
Women can get
Strength. This card
assaulted.
is ruled by Leo. It is
Men can get
an
assaulted, but women
energy
are more
of, you
likely
know,
to get
infinite
assaulted by men
abundance. It is also
who
about
cannot control
feeling that
themselves.
you can overcome all of your fears, that you can tame that lion, you can tame that beast that may be within you that may cause anxiety or friction, or you may feel
Yeah, and
like
I
you're
feel
down
good
on yourself,
taking
you
care
may,
of a woman,
may
you
not
know.
feel so good about yourself.
For my wife, when I'm in
This is
love,
about
like,
adapting
I'll do
strength,
anything for
knowing
her.
that you can overcome
I
obstacles.
want to
If you are
sacrifice, I
able
want
to
to
be
protect.
strong within
It feels,
yourself,
it
this
makes me
card
feel
is
good.
just so beautiful. I know so many Leos that are just so strong, but so kind and gentle, and it's that energy that you
We men
don't
just
have to
watch,
be
not on
strong
my watch.
and, you know, let go of that gentle side. It's about being gentle, but also being able to tame your fears at the same time and hold on to strength. This card is usually pulled in situations when, you know, you really need to adapt to strength. Even if you feel like you're strong, it doesn't help to have some more strength. So this card usually, you know, if you do pull this card, it just means, you know, adapting more strength, having more strength in the situation, or that somebody else needs to have some more strength. I don't know how much more I can talk about this particular card, but it's very, very, it's a great indicator for sure. For strength, so I'm just going to take a little sip of my tea.
Drink
Now
water,
we
guys.
move on to the Hermit. This is Virgo. Virgo likes to analyze, be self-critical, judge things. They like to go within quite a lot. So
Same
this
was
is that
30,
hermit
I
mode,
think.
going and hiding and taking space, taking a breather. This I don't believe is a negative thing whatsoever, because it actually means that you can see things a lot clearer. You see that, you know, they're holding this light. They're able to see things a lot clearer. They're able to guide themselves to a better place.
Oh, Jesus was
So
31.
this is a really positive card, but it can also mean that, you know, if you pull this, it could mean that someone else is sort of in a bit of a hiding mode. They need some space. They need time to reflect and analyze and think. Could mean the same for you. So essentially, this is what that particular card means, you know, trying to find yourself, trying to find the light, trying to find your purpose, your direction. You're trying to judge things, you're trying to analyze things. It's very much that Virgo card, and once that has been done, then, you know, you're able to see more clearly, essentially. I can't even speak today. Okay, so that is Virgo. Then we have the Wheel of Fortune. The Wheel of Fortune is all about abundance coming your way. It's about things turning. It's about manifestation. It's about positivity. It's about equal balance. It's also about, you know, once the wheel turns, there's this infinite abundance that comes your way. It's also about fortune. So essentially, it's a great card to have. It really is. It indicates that something more is coming towards you, but something very, very positive. So this is a really great, it's like a good luck charm to have in your reading, because it indicates something very, very positive coming your way. Then we have the Justice card. This card is ruled by Libra. This is all about balance. This could be to do with courtroom issues. It could be to do with legal matters, documents, those kinds of things, but it also signifies karma, which
Yeah.
means that things
You start to care less what people think of you. You start to care less about pressure, societal pressure, family pressure. You understand that there is nothing really that is important as health, basically. And therefore, you just go on about your life with more peace and mindfulness.
Lessons that people need to learn, lessons that
It is just about being more wise, and that goes along hand in hand with just getting older. Because every day you learn, and every day you learn more.
Justice being served, it's some kind of can't even speak, some kind of a resolution, because
nobody knows what they're doing. Nobody has the answer to anything. Even the people you're looking up to who have answers for you, you think,
so that is
even they are
the
freestyling,
Justice
you know.
card.
So you basically constantly have to cut slack for
Then
everybody.
we have the Hanged
It's just in some
Man.
situations of life,
Now,
in
from what I
some
know, this is a
times of life,
Neptune ruled card, just
you
because
can
it's very, very spiritual.
you
The Hanged
cannot be
Man
with
is
some
known to
certain
be a
people
very
because they are not at
spiritual
this
card
one level
because
that you
they're
are
hanging
at.
upside down in
And
this
it is
manner,
not a
but
level
very
that
in
is
a
not
relaxed
reachable,
way. I
or
know
it is
does look
in
very
some form of
relaxing,
quality
but
where you say
it's
your
known to
yours
be
is
quite
better or whatnot.
relaxing, and
It is
there's
just that at this current
so
moment of time, you are not meant to be together, or you cannot be together. And this
stillness
does not
and
only have to be a
calmness,
romantic
and
relationship
there's
or
this
anything.
beautiful
It's just
light behind their mind, which
you know, with,
signifies
just with people
spirituality,
in general.
them awakening to the idea of spirituality, thinking about things in a different way, a new perspective, should I say. So this is about gaining
So
perspective. It's about
people are just learning, and we have to
opening up to the
learn, we have
idea
to
of
understand
spirituality, looking at
this,
things in a different perspective,
that nobody really knows
and perhaps
anything,
even looking at things differently. This is
but
about
everybody
a
has the
different
potential
way
to
of
be
looking at
everything.
things. I just said the exact same thing in about 4 different ways. But the
And I've come to
Hangman
understand
is
this
very,
very late, you
very,
know.
very much about spirituality, a new perspective, and also being able
Like,
to
for example, I would give
sort of
up on
look
people
at things in a different
so much
way
faster
and
back
be
then.
able to analyze
And
things
nowadays, I
like that. But
know,
it's also about
just give it time.
meditation and essentially taking a bit of time and kind of your own path as well. So that is the Hanged Man.
Yo, yikes, what's up?
Then we have the Death
Thank
card.
you.
Death
Thanks
is
for
ruled by
the sub,
Scorpio,
man. Let's
water
go.
sign, of course. Very, very
Enjoy the emotes.
very tumultuous. I hope that's the right word that I just used there. But essentially, death is about a rebirth. It's about
Oh, Sane gifted it. Yo,
so
let's go,
someone could
Sane.
go through a transformation. You may go through a
I didn't see, man.
transformation that
Thank
could
you
be
so
quite
much, man.
emotional. Death could actually also mean death. It could mean illness. It can also, but in most cases, it actually does mean some form of a rebirth, transformation, you know, within yourself, within somebody else.
Let's fucking go, man. Thank you.
Change. And it means, you know, like a new self, being able to move from one situation to another, but finding that you've transformed yourself into a different person, a better person.
Yo, you like my
that
emotes?
kind of a thing. It can also be a huge emotional
I'm gonna work on them, yeah.
So where someone was not so emotional before, maybe now they're much more open. They're much more
This
relaxed.
is my card.
Maybe they're, you know, less
I
anxious,
drew this
or
one
more
last
sort of
time
open to new ideas,
for
new
myself.
things. It's a rebirth of character as well. More so can be that.
Cards are crazy.
Is
Cards have been
death.
wild
That is
the
what
last
it
weeks for me. Holy shit.
signifies. So
Like,
these
so
are, of
spot
course,
on.
the major arcanas.
It's
Then
the end
we
of the
have
cycle
Temperance,
and
which is ruled
like
by
a new
Sagittarius.
beginning.
This is an energy about going with the flow, going within. You know, we have this beautiful angel. It's this warm, fuzzy energy with the sun in the background. You've got this beautiful water here, which signifies an emotional balance. You've got these cups with the water
Scorpion
Mars.
going
back and forth.
What does that mean? Like, how do you know?
With the flow. Patience is a virtue.
I'm not so
letting
good in
things
astrology.
happen, letting things go, letting things grow as well.
Like, can you say
really
what can you say about mine when I tell you my birth?
Mind. This is about patience as a virtue, being patient with things, but also understanding
This is my birthday.
to work on yourself, heal yourself, think about yourself, and really.
Oh, this is day and then month, by the way,
you,
not month and then day.
Overwhelm you, and just go. You know, take every day as it comes and focus on yourself.
Need to know time.
Whilst you may, perhaps be waiting on a certain situation to unfold.
I don't know the time.
So that is Temperance, Sagittarius energy. Yes, it's a little bit
Birth
fiery,
chart.
but this is more about sort of taming all of that emotional energy as well. Then we have the Devil. This is Capricorn energy, as we can see.
Let me look it up.
This can be very toxic energy. This can also be about greed, obsession, guilt. This could be about chaining yourself to certain people, places, and things that just make you so obsessed and possessive, which can actually do you no good in the long term. This is about, you know, this can actually be about breaking free from that and wanting to, you know, not be so possessive. This could
So
be
my
a
birthday is the
warning essentially
9th
for that.
November,
But the actual devil card is
1988, and
very
the
much
time of
about
birth.
making sure that
I have
you are
no clue
being
about the
honest
time
with
of birth.
yourself and not being too possessive, because that's when this devil comes
I don't know,
across
let's say
and it
1
just
a.m.
becomes really toxic and no good for anyone. So this is sort of like that warning to make sure that you're not being overindulgent or guilty or greedy in terms of situations to do with love, career, finance, family, in all areas of life really. But you can see that these two people feel chained together, which is never a freeing energy. If you looked at the Lovers card, you see everything is so free and beautiful, but this is just that chained energy where you're bound together, and it's just a very toxic energy. So this can come as a warning to
Oh my
essentially
god, I got so
not
many
be
results
so
here.
demanding and possessive,
But I'm not
but
sure
to
about the
actually go
time,
with the
so...
flow and, you know, really harness that energy. Otherwise everything will start to become quite toxic. Then we have the Tower. Now the Tower symbolizes the universe demolishing something in our lives to bring in something even better. This card is very much symbolic of the whole universe. It is about them, you know, taking out the old, bringing in the new, but also about this big shake-up that can happen in our life, situations that we may not expect or may not want in our lives, but they happen for a reason. The Tower happens for a reason, and we may not realize it at that particular time because it looks like this, and we're just like, what? Why? What is the point of this? But actually it happens for a specific reason, and the reason is actually it's actually a pretty good reason, because in the end we realize, I'm so glad that happened because it brought me this, this and this, or it made me realize this, this and this. So the Tower happens for a specific reason, and it is pretty rapid. It is a shake-up in our lives, but it happens for a reason. Okay, I'm just going to take a little sip of my tea. Then we have the Star card. Star card is ruled by Aquarius. This card is all about healing and rejuvenation. It's about focusing on yourself the most. You know, it's about pouring out your emotional energy. Can be to do with visiting therapists and pouring out your emotion and trying to gain support from others. But it's also about healing, rejuvenation, finding yourself, finding peace of mind.
You
And
send
the
it to
star
me
could
by
also be a
whisper.
wish card, so wishing upon that star, wishing for things that you want in life, but also, you know, just wishes in general, you know, making a wish on those stars. And yeah, it's actually a very positive card because it indicates perhaps work that you need to do on yourself, or it indicates that you are perhaps in the pursuit for something a little bit more, perhaps you want more in a certain situation,
So I've done
or you're
this.
just wishing.
Hold on, let's see. I have this now. And what do I send you? This link is a general link, right? Like, it gave me all of this. I could actually be spot on with the time. I think 1 a.m. I heard once in my life. I have no clue though. It could be. So yeah, I have all of this now. At the bottom, at the very bottom. Don't really see the link. Wait, can you help me out? Which link do I have to send you? Is it here? This is the very bottom of the page. Link this page, but this is just general page. It's not gonna. What is gonna pop up here? Yeah, it's not popping up. that circle, take a picture of it. Oh, this is it. Can I get it all on one screen? Let me see. Should I zoom it in, or do you want to see both of it, like all of this? Show me all, like this? Is this good enough? Or I can press enlarge this chart. I see, okay.
Upon wanting something in your life, but the star
So
is
I can give you
actually,
this picture,
can
right,
be
right.
also
Let's
about
do it like this.
rebirth and about shining brightly, gaining some form of recognition as well. Then we have the moon. This is ruled by Pisces. Now, there's quite a bit to say with this moon card. Sometimes this can indicate secrets. It can indicate something being hidden, something not coming to light, not being able to understand a specific situation, being really confused. On the other hand, the moon can actually guide you. It can be this guidance card that is telling you to, you know, whenever there's a new moon, a full moon, to burn your intentions.
Let's see, how do we whisper?
Write everything down, burn your intentions, and use the law of attraction to try and start off a new moon cycle or a full moon, you know, from the full moon. To essentially, from one full moon to the other full moon, to really be able to understand your intentions and be able to work more on yourself. But the moon here is really about cycles and phases. This can be about certain cycles closing out, certain phases appearing in your life, certain cycles that just keep occurring. So for example, you may find that there are certain patterns within your love life or your relationship life or your career or your finances that just keep repeating. So this could be trying to identify those patterns and seeing what differences you can make.
Is this
and
you,
essentially
Yikes?
being able to find
Did I
out
whisper
the
you?
truth from certain situations. Again, it can be about finding, you know, that someone's been hiding something from you or secrets, but it's a very sort of emotional energy because it can be quite sort of rocky, especially with
Nice.
Pisces energy. You may find out something that perhaps you didn't
Okay, do you
expect
need
to
anything
find
else?
out.
This is what you need,
So
yeah?
that is the moon
Just this one
card.
picture.
We also have then the sun card, which follows. Now the sun is ruled by Leo in astrology as well. So the sun here is about warmth and happiness.
Wow, look at this picture. It's so cool. Look at this.
Joy and growth. You have these sunflowers, you have this child, you have this horse, you have the sun behind just glowing
That is so nice.
and radiating all this positive energy.
So positive,
it's about
yeah.
positivity, it's about a yes. Essentially this is like a yes card, and it's just got this incredibly beautiful energy of happiness and joy. And what else should I say about this? It's about that really beautiful energy. It's just great. It's about happiness, enjoying yourself, feeling good about yourself, taking this opportunity to do things for yourself. And also, if you're perhaps not feeling so great, this card could be that you have the potential to feel amazing. So that is the sun card. It's about happiness, and it's about the sun, and it's about making us feel warm and nurtured and kind, and it's a great card to have. Okay, next card we have is Judgment. So, we've got the Judgment card here. This is about making a decision.
This card looks sick, dude. What the fuck? This art style is so weird. It's so eerie. Look at the people. They look like, I don't know. This is like a horror.
So this is about being given an option.
This is scary.
You know, it's almost like it's Judgment Day. You have to make a decision.
It's Judgment Day, yeah.
The time has come, and it's essentially about you having to make a a decision saying yes or no. So it indicates that there is some form of a decision that you will have to make in regards to a person, a place, or a thing.
Yo, I just got an
depending, of
idea. I'm
course,
gonna
on
put
what
the
you asked,
chart I got
the
into
question for. It's
ChatGPT
almost
and
like
ask
people are waiting for
ChatGPT
that
what it says.
particular that judgment to be, the decision to be made. And this is going to be quite
This
an
is
important
my
decision
chart.
because it could impact other
Analyze
people
it.
we are seeing here. So yeah, it's an important decision that needs to be made. We have here the World. So this is the last major arcana for the first 22, I believe 22 cards. So we have the World. This is about completing a cycle. This is about a phase ending.
Hold on, what is going on here? Wow, ChatGPT is so good, dude. Oh my god, look at this. So I put my chart into ChatGPT and I got this one. I got all of this. Would you like a breakdown by house themes like love, money, career, etc., or a focus on your shadow work, purpose, or relationship next? Give me all of it. Yeah, it is so good how accurate as well. Okay, let's give this a try here. I'm gonna let ChatGPT read it to us. Oh my god, it's so much.
Thanks for sharing your natal chart, Nanad.
All right,
Let's
let's
break
see.
it down in a clear and personalized way based on what I see in your chart. This is a Placidus-style natal chart, and here's a basic analysis of your key placements and what they say about your personality, emotions, thinking, and life direction. Core personality. Sun in Scorpio, 16th
North
degree,
Node. Okay, I will.
3rd house. You're intense, perceptive, and emotionally deep. Scorpio suns don't do superficial, you crave realness. Placed in the 3rd house, your power lies in communication. You speak with passion, often cutting to the truth, and may have a magnetic voice or writing style. There's a deep desire to uncover hidden meanings and expose what lies beneath. Emotions inner world. Moon in Scorpio, 9 degrees, 2nd, 3rd house cusp. Emotionally, you're fiercely private and protective. Scorpio moon is one of the most intense emotional placements. You don't trust easily, but love deeply when you do. In the 2nd house, your emotions are tied to your values, self-worth, and finances. Emotional security might come through material stability. There's a survivalist nature in how you deal with challenges. Mind and communication. Mercury in Scorpio, 3 degree, 2nd house. Your thinking is sharp, investigative, and often strategic. You're the kind of person who sees what others miss. Mercury here gives you a gift for persuasion and depth. You might love research, psychology, or anything involving mental detective work. Love and attraction. Venus in Libra, 12 degree, 1st house, charming, diplomatic, and visually appealing. You likely give off a pleasant, magnetic aura without trying. Venus in the 1st house makes you naturally attractive, and in Libra, you value harmony, fairness, and aesthetics. You care deeply about appearances, yours and others, and have a strong sense of beauty and style.
I have so much.
Drive and sexual energy. Mars in Aries, 0 degrees, 6th, 7th house cusp.
This all is
Mars
really
is
good
in
so
its
far.
home sign here, powerful, fiery, and unfiltered. You take action quickly, directly, and with raw force. You hate waiting. This placement makes you competitive, especially in work or relationships. On the cusp of the 7th house, your energy shines in one-on-one dynamics. Passion, but also conflict, can arise in partnerships. Growth and expansion. Jupiter in Gemini, 2 degree, 9th, 10th house cusp. You grow through knowledge, variety, and communication. Jupiter in Gemini is curious, witty, and loves learning. You're likely a natural teacher, entertainer, or speaker. Placed high in the chart, it suggests public recognition for your intellect or versatility. Challenges and structure. Saturn in Sagittarius, 29 degrees, 4th house. A 29-degree Saturn is karmically intense. It demands mastery. In Sagittarius, you're asked to build your own belief system. In the 4th house, it can mean a strict or distant upbringing, especially related to the home or parents. You may carry a heavy sense of responsibility for family or feel emotionally restricted. Change and rebellion. Uranus in Sagittarius, 28 degrees, 4th house. Sudden changes in your home life or family dynamics are likely. You might crave freedom from traditions and need to create your own version of home. You may also have had an unconventional childhood. Dreams and escape. Neptune in Capricorn, 8 degrees, 5th house. You're idealistic in love and creativity. With Neptune here, romance can feel like a dream or a fantasy. You might be drawn to artistic or spiritual forms of self-expression. Watch for escapism through pleasure. Transformation and power. Pluto in Scorpio, 2nd
I like
house.
beauty and
Deep
butts.
transformation comes through your values and finances. You're meant to reinvent how you relate to power, money, and self-worth. There may be themes of loss and rebirth connected to possessions or security. Rising sign S in Libra, you come across as charming, balanced, and socially aware. People might see you as refined, fair, and attractive. You likely value harmony and avoid conflict on the surface, even if you're burning with intensity underneath. Midheaven, MC Cancer, 29 degrees. Your public image is nurturing, emotional, or even maternal. You may be drawn toward careers where you care for others, offer emotional guidance, or create a sense of home, like
This is so
therapy,
good, dude.
food, design, or emotional storytelling. The 29-degree Cancer MC again hints at karmic growth, mastering emotional maturity in the public eye. Overall themes: double Scorpio, Sun's Moon, Mercury, Pluto, emotional depth, transformation, intensity. You're a psychological warrior. Libra rising with Venus in the 1st, strong physical appeal, aesthetic charm, desire for balance. Aries, Mars, Scorpio, Mercury, sharp mind and a quick, sometimes explosive temper. Heavy Scorpio energy makes you loyal, secretive, and powerful in crisis. 4th house, Saturn and Uranus, a strict or unstable early home life, possibly both. Would you like a breakdown by house themes, like love, money, career, etc.? All right, Nenad, let's dive into your full natal chart analysis covering every house, life theme, shadow work, and purpose. Your chart is rich with emotional depth, sharp intelligence, karmic intensity, and a magnetic presence. Big picture summary. You are a powerful blend of Scorpio intensity, Sun, Moon, Mercury, Pluto, master of emotional depth, rebirth, and hidden truths. Libra rising with Venus in 1st, graceful charm, beauty, diplomacy, and social magnetism. Mars in Aries, direct action, raw passion, quick temper. Saturn plus Uranus in 4th, karmic home life, emotional instability, transformation through roots. Now let's go house by house to analyze all areas of your life. First house,
Let's
self,
go.
appearance, first impressions. Libra rising, Venus in Libra in 1st. You appear charming, balanced, diplomatic. People are drawn to your vibe without you trying. With Venus in the 1st, you may be aesthetically gifted, style conscious, or simply carry an aura of grace. Shadow. You may over-prioritize being liked or maintaining harmony, even at the cost of your authenticity. Second house, money,
Interesting.
values, self-worth. Moon, Mercury, Pluto, and Scorpio. You connect emotionally, Moon, and intellectually, Mercury, to money and worth. You're intuitive with finances and deeply tied to what you own. With Pluto here, money can be gained or lost through intense transformation. You might go broke and bounce back stronger than before. Shadow, possessiveness, control issues, or fear of scarcity. Purpose, learn to detach from material worth as a form of identity. Third house, communication, thinking, siblings. Sun in Scorpio, you have a commanding, intense voice and communication style. People might feel your words like a scalpel. They cut through lies. Your mind is sharp and investigative. If you write, speak, or teach, you bring depth to it. Purpose, transform others through your words. Shadow, tendency toward secrecy or manipulation in communication house. Home, roots, family. Family plus Uranus in Sagittarius. You likely had a strict, unstable, or unconventional home environment. Saturn at 29 degrees indicates karmic completion. You are here to master emotional maturity, possibly after a childhood of emotional coldness or detachment. Shadow, emotional repression, distrust of family, fear of vulnerability. Purpose, build your own
annoying,
version
yes.
of home, rooted in truth and freedom. Fifth house, creativity, romance, pleasure. Neptune in Capricorn, you idealize romance and love grand, soulful expressions of art. You may be a dreamer in love, drawn to unavailable or fantasy-like partners. This also gives you creative depth, especially in music, art, or film. Shadow, escaping into fantasy or addiction, emotional or otherwise. Purpose, use your creativity to ground your spiritual vision. Sixth house,
I love this
daily
with the
work,
shadow.
health, service. Empty, but Mars on the cusp. Mars
It's in
right
the
on the
different
6th,
phases.
7th cusp
No, I
says
have
your
no
work
clue
life
about
is
all of this.
energetic, possibly competitive. You thrive when active, driven, and independent. You might prefer working solo or being the leader in teams. Shadow,
This is so good,
burnout,
dude. Everything is like
impatience,
spot
or
on.
fighting coworkers. Purpose, channel your energy into meaningful, structured
What the
routines.
fuck?
Seventh house, relationships, marriage, partnerships. Mars in Aries, you attract strong, independent, fiery partners, or you bring that fire yourself. You crave passion, challenge, and intensity in love. You might butt heads easily, but also make up with fire. Shadow, conflict-driven dynamics or power struggles. Purpose, learn to balance autonomy and compromise in partnership. Eighth house, intimacy, death, transformation. Empty house, but ruled by Taurus. Despite being empty, this house is supercharged by your Scorpio planets. You crave intense, soul-merging experiences. You may face big personal deaths, not literal, think identity, ego, life changes, and come back reborn every time. Shadow, fear of loss, vulnerability, or emotional exposure.
I check it out after this,
Purpose,
okay?
surrender to transformation and allow deep emotional healing. Ninth house, beliefs, philosophy, higher learning. Empty, but cusp in Gemini, Jupiter nearby. You're curious, open-minded, and love expanding your mind. You probably hate dogma and prefer exploring different viewpoints. Jupiter in Gemini enhances this curiosity. You might be into psychology, spirituality, culture, or philosophy. Shadow, scattered focus, information overload. Purpose, become a truth seeker and storyteller of ideas. 10th house, career, public life. Jupiter in Gemini
You
near
wanna say I have a hard
M-Cancer.
life?
Career
Yeah, I'm
brings
depressed
expansion,
since ever I
especially through
can think so.
communication, media, education, or tech. You might do well in speaking, streaming, writing, or even
Tomorrow I'm
teaching.
going on
Cancer
SSRIs
MC adds a nurturing
for the first
energy.
time.
You shine when helping, healing, or
Taking
emotionally
antidepressants.
guiding others.
It's gonna be fun.
Shadow, overextending yourself or trying to be everything for everyone. Purpose, lead through emotional intelligence and expressive clarity. 11th house, community, networks, dreams. Empty, ruled by Leo. Your long-term dreams are tied to being seen and recognized for your uniqueness. Even though the house is empty, its ruler, Sun in third, shows that your community presence may come through media, voice, or writing. Purpose, build a tribe that resonates with your truth. 12th house, spirituality, karma, subconscious. South Node Virgo on cusp. You may overwork or overanalyze as a form of control. Subconsciously, you could be drawn to fix or perfect things, but
That
deep
sounds
healing
sick.
lies in letting
Yikes.
go.
Holy shit.
Shadow, guilt, overthinking, or fear of chaos. Purpose, heal the mind-body connection and surrender control. Hack shadow work themes, emotional suppression, Scorpio moon, second house Saturn Uranus. Fear of vulnerability, Pluto in second, Mars in seventh. Trust issues in intimacy or family, avoidance of chaos through control. 12th house Virgo, Saturn, life purpose. You are here to 1. Master emotional maturity, Saturn 4th. 2. Transform yourself and others through Truth Scorpio Stellium. 3. Express your voice with power. Sun 3rd MC Cancer. Mercury in Scorpio. 4. Create a legacy rooted in healing and expression. Jupiter 10th. Relationship patterns. Intense, passionate, sometimes dramatic. Strong sexual energy. Mars in Aries. Scorpio Venus influence. Need for emotional loyalty and depth. Scorpio Moon. Possible attraction to unavailable or mysterious people. Conflict and fire in relationships is normal, but needs to be channeled constructively. Final insights. You're a psychological powerhouse, a mix of healer, investigator, artist, and warrior. You carry emotional scars from early life, but they give you the power to transform others. Your beauty and charm are gifts, but your depth is your true weapon. You were born to dig deep, speak truth, and rise from your own ashes. If you'd like, I can create a visual character profile for your chart or generate a written destiny journal-style narrative summarizing your soul's journey. Just say the word.
This is crazy, dude. Wow. Okay. Ask about the North Node? Okay, I will. Let me see what is how to navigate the 3 stages of Scorpio. The Scorpion, the Eagle, and the Phoenix. Holy shit. There are 3 stages of Scorpio. This picture looks cool, dude. What is this? The Scorpion, the Eagle, and the Phoenix. Each stage depicts the journey from base consciousness to an enlightened evolution. Beware, this isn't a one and done type of mission. This is a lifelong practice on unearthing the shadow, bringing it to light, and nourishing it to take flight. Okay, yeah, I know about this. I didn't know like about my spirit animals or whatever these are, but I know that everybody's going like through a transformation, and it is very very interesting. In the first stage, a Scorpio represents the base of our psyche and emotions. Do you guys want me to read this? I'm just gonna go over this real quick. Courage. The last stage brings the scorching waters of the Scorpion and the transformed eagle into a final round of questioning everything that once felt familiar. Set the pride aside, Eagle, the Phoenix rips all chains of attachment, illusion, and negative power dynamics. With a revitalizing burn, as the ashes fall where they may, the Phoenix rises with an expanded aptitude for compassion and disillusionment. What the fuck did I just read? That's Scorpio's life. What form you think you are in now? This was for sure my start, for sure. I guess I'm in between the Eagle and the Scorpio. I'm an Eagle. The Eagle can see all sorts of outcomes and make decisions based on an elevated state of consciousness. When I read this, I wasn't so sure about it. You're too calm for being a Scorpio. I've been through a lot. What the fuck? This is so cool. Yo, I'm gonna write a song about this.
This is about a cycle being completed. This is about karma being wrapped up. It's about this new chapter, this new phase. It's about all of these traits and it's about feeling very
Things from
positive
above, not
and
down.
great.
What was the other thing? The north. What did you say? North node or something? Ask about the north node. Okay. ChatGPT said, if you'd like, I can create a visual character profile for your chart. And I said, yes. You guys want to see the picture it made for me? This almost looks like me, dude. if I go on a diet, I'm gonna lose my round face again. I look more like this, I swear. And the hair and everything. Look at the tattoo. Should I get one of these? Maybe I put it over the scar so it looks cool. Yo, I think I found my destiny. Holy shit, this is so sick. This is so cool. Make a visual poster. And tattoo style quote. And tell me about my North node. How great is ChatGPT? Yikes. I am so grateful for getting to know you, or having gotten to know you, because you showed me this. And I was about to look into this at some point. But I didn't know I'm gonna get a crash course like this, and I love this shit, dude. This is amazing. I swear to God. This is so good. Okay, so it's generating like a picture, and then afterwards, I guess it's gonna tell me about my North node. But you said a North node is what I'm supposed to do in my life, yeah? I think it already read something about it. Let me see what it said. Here, life purpose. You are here to master emotional maturity, transform yourself and others through truth, express your voice with power, create a legacy rooted in healing and expression. Wow. We'll follow you. Yeah, you guys are my cult. Hell yeah. So these spirit animals, everybody has like a different one. And it's always free. And then you go through these phases, yeah. I am familiar with the phases of water, fire, air, and earth, and how people cycle through them. But I have not heard about this yet. This is really cool. Yeah, everybody's gonna have flusters in the cult. It's more like wolf and shit, but wolf when you have family. Wait, what do you mean? So every Scorpio has the Scorpio, the Eagle, and the Phoenix. Or are these phases in particular for me now? Did these animals come out because this is my chart? Not because I'm a Scorpio. Every Scorpios. Okay, so who's got the wolf? Or one with more phases? Okay, sure. Meanwhile, let's see what ChatGPT says. North Node, your soul's direction. Your North Node is in Pisces. Most likely in the 5th or 6th house, depending on your exact birth time. Here's what that means. Pisces, North Node, your soul's growth. You're moving away from Virgo energy, South Node, the constant need to fix, analyze, perfect, and control, and toward the flow, surrender, imagination, and spiritual trust of Pisces. Wow. Your soul wants to let go of control and overthinking, trust the unknown, and follow intuition. Heal through compassion and forgiveness. This is ridiculous. Create through emotion, art, and spiritual truth. Experience divine timing rather than micromanagement. This is so good. You've likely been someone who always needed to be precise, on time, and in control. But a deeper lesson of this life is to dissolve the walls. Let in mystery and become the artist, mystic, or dreamer. From perfection to presence, from order to ocean, from mind to soul. If in the 5th house, your creativity is sacred, this path wants you to create for joy, for no reason others than love. Childlike wonder and playful spiritual expressions are key. You're meant to make art, not spreadsheets. If in the 6th house, this nodal path blends the mystic with the material, you're here to serve, but through spiritual means. Healing, energy work, creative service, or emotional labor is where you thrive. Bring the divine into the daily. Interesting. So it depends on when exactly I was born, yeah, from the time, as in hours. Okay, ChatGPT is gonna create a custom symbol for my North Node for a tattoo or brand. This is nice. Now I need to know. Now I know what I need to do. I was thinking of going to a of studying psychology for 1 year, starting in 2 months. So this would be the spiritual work that I'm like, how is this so good? Through healing and helping others, you know? And it's so spot on with like my childhood and stuff, and now through this pain that I have experienced, I can help other people. This is so me, dude. This is so crazy. So now you know you're going the right path. Apparently, this is scary, man. I guess I'm really going to do that, huh? It's so cool. It's like 1 year of studying. It's gonna cost me 1.5K. And afterwards, I can open like I can have people in therapy. I can do everything a psychotherapist does, but prescribe medication. Apart from prescribing medication, I can do everything else. So I was thinking about doing that. And then I can just do like, you know, online sessions or something like that. I was thinking that would be cool. You won't need to heal with meds. No, I mean, screw meds. I'm just saying, like, if you compare studying psychology for 10 years to become a doctor or doing what I'm doing for 1 year, the only comparison is that I am not allowed to call myself a doctor and prescribe medication, but everything else I'm allowed to do, you know? So it's pretty chill compared to having to study for much longer. Yeah. Yeah, you know, the other thing about the meds, I'm gonna jump on antidepressants probably this week. So I got an appointment tomorrow. And it's the first time in my life that I'm going on this. And hopefully it's gonna be nice. Because it hinders me, you know, in my life. I have like manic episodes. And then depression hits and I can't work, I can't do anything. It destroyed a lot of my life. So I'm gonna vlog that as well. It's gonna be nice content. Bipolar? I don't think I'm bipolar. I'm just heavily depressed. Like CPTSD from a lot of trauma. Yeah, it's when I'm depressed, nothing works. And then on the good days, I literally become manic because I have to catch up so much. It's so stupid. Yeah. And it's like this since I can think, you know? So it's been tough. It's been very tough. And that wherever I am right now, people say, like, some people say, wow, they're so jelly or stuff. I think I'm behind like all the time. And I would be in, yeah. Then you crash again. Yeah, it's like a, you know, it's an up and down all the time. But the ups are never good. They are like neutral and maybe a little bit positive, but never like really good. And then the downs are just horrible. I was suicidal all my life, but did not think about unaliving for a good almost 3 years. And then this year I thought about it again. That is so bad. But like the way it's like I don't, man. It is so weird. It is just a thought that's popping up in my head. It is not what I'm thinking though. You know? It's so weird. It's so stupid. It's just like a voice. I'm gonna talk to my therapist tomorrow about this in particular. Talk kind of, yeah, I'm doing a lot of work. Yes, yes, yes. I'm doing positive self-affirmation and yes, exactly. I'm doing Ho'oponopono, if that says something. It's like a Hawaiian meditation where I talk to my inner child and I've done so much progress. Like so much. Yes, yes, it's amazing, yes. And yeah, I'm trying to, you know, just stay positive. I cut out all the negative energy out of my life. I'm not looking at news anymore. All my feed on YouTube and everything is like very clean. Almost no sexuality, but you can't escape it, you know. Especially Instagram. I just don't want to look at Instagram anymore, honestly. It's all full of porn. It's so crazy. So you are the eagle, not Scorpio. Yeah, I mean, I guess hopefully, right? Because that's why I wanna be. Because I was a Scorpio for too long, I guess. I was very wild in my youth, especially. I would never bow to rules, always get in trouble. I got kicked out of like free schools. I was high every day, taking drugs, but that has a reason as well. You know, I was wanting to escape reality, and I was not addicted, but I was just wanting to escape reality, honestly. And the moment I stopped was so easy. I like had zero withdrawal or anything. But every day I would be smoking weed and drinking alcohol at the minimum. And then ecstasy, LSD, all kinds of stuff. Whenever there was something, I would just take it. Just to escape, you know. And it's funny because thinking back to it, there was people that I would hang around with. They would use these things for fun, to have a good time. For me, it was like serious. It's so stupid. Yeah, my father is absolute piece of shit. Really, really bad person. Really bad. Very giga narcissistic. And trust me, when I say narcissistic, it has a meaning. I'm not just saying it because everybody else is saying it. This is whatever they're doing with narcissistic, the term narcissist is horrible, I find. It's being thrown around. It lost all its meaning. But when I say he's narcissistic, trust me, then that's exactly what he is. What sign was your dad? I believe twins. I think. Yeah. He would always beat me up and make fun of me, but never show me the right way. He would make fun of me and like in front of his friends and always just make fun of me and like belittle me and but never help me out, like never show me the right way. He would say like you're doing this wrong and wrong, or like why are you not like this or something, but never show me like how to be that other way, you know, or to make it right. Like giga hyper toxic. Yeah. So what does it mean if he's two-faced, I guess? Yeah. Man, I can't really think of warmth from him besides maybe one occasion, honestly. And I believe this one occasion where he went on a trip with myself was only to get away from my mother at that point in time. So again, there is like nothing. Whatever, I don't wanna, you know, I can talk about this shit all day. I'm already doing it with my therapist. Yeah, I have huge trust issues, not only in relationship, like insane in relationships, trust issues, but also like with other people. Like insane. I cannot trust anybody. I am disorganized attachment style. Like I'm completely messed up, you know. Yeah. But I'm good now, I think. It took a lot of time and just realizing. And so yeah, I'm actually like after the stream I'm gonna research some meds that I'm gonna talk about tomorrow, which is gonna be best for me because there's a lot of, you know, a lot of different ones. And I wanna have the best one for me, I guess. And again, there is the trust issues, like I don't trust the doctors at all and stuff. So I'm gonna talk a lot with ChatGPT now. Yeah. Yeah, you know what I need is like right now I feel okay, like we can talk and all, and I'm very glad that you guys are here. That's why I'm in a good mood. But like I catch myself every day just frowning, you know, it's like it's horrible. And then on some days it's like very intense and I just cannot do anything. Like I don't want to get out of bed. And I need something that just gets me out of bed, honestly. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'm actually a real big dog person and I want to get a dog, but I don't have room for it here. I really want a dog. I want a Shiba. I'm so crazy for Shiba. I want a black Shiba. You know Shiba Inu? Samoyed. Oh, these are cool. Yeah, I love that dude. So cool. So I would go for one of these. Because it's a meme. It's a meme. I love them, dude. So cute. They look so strong, so firm, so nice. Yeah, they are stubborn. I already researched a lot. I know. It's not a, like, it would be my first dog and nobody would give a noob a Shiba. Nobody. Mm-hmm. Yo, do you mind if I ask how much do you pay for your dog in expenses, like let's say in a year or like or monthly? Because I know sometimes it's not every month that you have to go to the dog or something with him. But I would have to calculate definitely. As ChatGPT just read us, right? I'm really detailed with my expenses and everything. Mm-hmm. Would you say less than a hundo or more a month? Wow, that's a lot, dude. What the fuck? 350 a month. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can't see myself spending that much money. But in the first place, it's about the space. I have just one room. Like, there's no way I can fit. I can fit an animal here. There is no way. And I guess I'm gonna keep this place for at least 2 more years for their loyalty. Sanefield, when they say dog is your best friend, man, I swear that is exactly how it is. You can only have a dog 4 hours alone? What do you mean 4 hours alone? Is it like illegal if they are alone for more than 4 hours? Is that a thing? That's cool. Wow, but 4 hours, that's nothing though. They should be able to to keep themselves occupied for a little bit more than 4 hours, no? Because they're social. Yeah, that is very interesting for me. I like it though. That they, you know. Yeah, I hate people that abuse animals for sure. Yeah, same. Yikes. Yes. Yeah, but see, like, I completely took out all of this negativity and brutality out of my life. And now I am left with giga brutality in video games. For example, last night we played Tomb Raider, and Lara would be going around killing people, stabbing him in the throat and stuff, and I was going like, what the fuck? But honestly, like, I was on 4chan, on B and GIF, since I was in 7th grade, up until a few years ago, every day, and I would look at all the gore, all the porn, all the bullshit, and it's so ingrained in my mind. But I have none of this anymore. None of it, dude. Because it is like with food, you are what you eat. And your brain and the neuroplasticity is real. It's a real thing. If you get exposed to violence and all this kind of shit, you're gonna think violence, you know? I watched Cherno. I don't know that. I play League. What rank are you? I played so much League and I had to stop because my 5th account got banned because I was so toxic as well. But man, it's so crazy. Just Aram? Yeah, Aram is the best. Oh, it's been a while since I've played. Yes, it does. Some Arams. Yeah, we can do that, man. Let me get League, but not today. Let me get League back on installed. I played what did I play most? Master Yi in jungle. But it's so hard playing a melee in Aram. You gotta turtle for so long until you're big. Yeah, but the last time I played was, holy shit, like 10 years ago. Yeah, we can do that, dude. We can play some League together for sure.
And you know, this person's just floating and they feel great and amazing. So it's all about this cycle ending, and the world card is about completion. It could also indicate the world.
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, you Western when we have to make an account. Yep.
But also it's about a cycle ending and a new one essentially beginning. This is the end of the major arcana, so it essentially is, you know, this cycle that has been wrapped up, and you can start on a new page. So now we're going to start with the swords. So we have the King of Swords. Okay, someone who's very blunt, very much in their power, someone who can be very standoffish. The king is someone that stands in their power, doesn't care what other people think. They have an opinion, they're not afraid to express it. That sword is very communicative.
Where's the sound?
Essentially is, you know, expect or may not want it out.
Do you guys hear sound of the video?
Essentially beginning. This is the end of the major arcana, so it essentially is, you know, this cycle that has been wrapped up, and you can start on a new page. So now we're going to start with the swords. So
oh, there it is. Okay, I had a weird bug with my Bluetooth headset.
Okay, someone who's very blunt, very much in their power, someone who can be very standoffish. The king is someone that stands in their power, doesn't care what other people think. They have an opinion, they're not afraid
So,
to express it. That sword is
yikes.
very communicative.
Given that you know a fair bit
They
about
are
astrology,
very much so, you know, wrapped
how
up in
important
air
is it
energy. Now, all
for
of the swords
a
are air
romantic
energy, so
relationship,
Gemini,
both
Libra, and
partners being
Aquarius
a different
energy.
sign?
And very much so,
And
they
would
stand in their power and
double
they're not
Scorpio, is
afraid
that
of
could that work
anyone or
out?
anything. But again,
Or
very
what would
much,
it depend
you know,
on?
uses that sword to communicate, but also to cut out things that do not serve them. So that is the King of Swords. Okay, now the counterpart is equally just as as driven, should we say. The Queen of Swords is someone who uses that sword as a form of clarity and also communication as well. She's not afraid to cut out people, places, and things that do not serve her. The Queen can be brought in to essentially cut out certain situations in life that do not serve her, certain situations that just are not any good, and also it can indicate that there may be some form of a decision that you need to make on a particular person, a place, or a thing, and the Queen really does sit in her power. Now, they are two counterparts, so if both of these come
Between
out in
them.
a love reading, it can
Do you mean
essentially indicate that this is a match,
from
or
like
there is some
secrets
form of a match being
from each
made,
other?
but it's also counterparts, so you could actually be
Do they
could be
keep
relevant
a
to
lot of
both energies.
secrets from
But
them
I love
from
this
the
queen
other?
because she is an incredible communicator, someone that just isn't
Need to be very
afraid
mature,
to
I see.
express her opinion, but also is very quick to cut out things that do not serve her.
Yeah.
She's also
Yeah,
very
I get
funny.
it. That is
Then
exactly
we
what I
have the
think.
Knight of Swords. So this is a bit more of a younger, played down energy on the king. This is someone that comes in very, very quick, rushes in, comes in with that sword so fast. Communication, it's like they fly through the air on that on that horse. They come in very, very fast, very, very quickly, and they just aren't afraid. Absolutely not afraid. If you pick this for career or love or family, someone could be just coming in really, really quickly.
Yeah,
or
that
something
happened.
could just come in so quickly it takes you by complete surprise. That is the Knight of Swords. Then we have the Page of Swords. Page of Swords, again, is a bit more of a younger energy to the Knight of Swords. This is, you know, someone coming in, communicating with you, essentially, you know, just a bit more of an immature energy as well. Perhaps doesn't know how to use that sword as well as the other sword energies that we just read on, but definitely a page that just knows how to communicate and is sort of young and fun and has that fresh energy of wanting to communicate and brings in an offer or something like that, you know, brings this sort of reward to you, but perhaps it could be sort of more immature, maybe something you may not necessarily believe. Then we get on to the Ace of Swords. This is all about clarity. That sword is used to cut out things that do not serve, you know, you. It can also be used to gain some form of a truth on a situation. You may learn about a secret, you may learn about something about someone, and it's all about, you know, having that power to cut people out, to understand a situation, understand
So for me, the best woman would be an
being
earth
able
sign,
to
yeah?
own that truth, know the truth, and being able to, also it can be someone else offering communication to you, coming towards you with this sword,
What are
and
earth signs
maybe
again?
wanting to like do something like
Taurus?
knight you. So that is the Ace of Swords.
God?
Then we have the Two of
Goat?
Swords. Two of Swords is about confusion.
I don't know
It's
the
about
English
being
terms.
indecisive and not essentially
Do not
knowing
get a
what
Virgo?
you
Okay.
want. You know, this person has their
Oh,
arms
okay.
crossed, they're sitting down and they're blindfolded. They are confused, they don't know what they're doing, they don't know why they're there. They just feel really defensive with those two arms that are crossed over. You have these two swords, so it's like they're just trying to use any method of defense. You have that moon, which is withholding secrets. You have
We
a lot of
control you too
water
much.
behind, which of course is that watery energy. And, you know, they're just really confused. They don't know what path to take. They don't know what to do. They're just so confused. This is confusion at its finest. They don't know. They really don't know. Two of Swords is serious confusion and being just blinded and trapped and just not knowing what they're doing.
Capricorn will
Then
whip
we
you.
have the
What if I wanna be
Swords.
whipped?
Three of Swords is heartbreak.
I'm not
It's
even
sadness,
capping.
it's betrayal. It doesn't necessarily have to be for love, of course. You know, heartbreak comes in many, many forms, many ways. So it can be really to do
Right,
with any form of
ChatGPT
heartbreak or
made me
hurt
another
or
picture
betrayal or sadness.
for a
You know, it
tattoo.
can also be
An
depression
idea
as
for a
well.
tattoo.
You have this rainy weather
Look
and
at
clouds,
this.
so feeling under the weather as well.
Pierce with
Can also be
truth,
a third party
rise from
situation with
ash,
3 swords. So
love
someone
like
else
fire.
being involved. This could be about
Lol.
lying, cheating, betrayal of that sort. But
Yo,
in
this
general,
is
being
kick.
stabbed 3 times in the heart and not just once. So yes, this could indicate someone else in this situation, but this is about heartbreak. It's just about, it's horrible, it's awful. This energy is really heavy and hurtful, and not great, but this can indicate that there may be some heartbreak coming your way, or maybe you have gone through this. It could also mean that there may be a third person in a
Why?
situation with someone that you're involved with, but in general it is just heartbreak. It can also be hurt and sadness, or hurt that you may
You wanna share?
face with a particular person, or even in career, or your family, or finances. So
ChatGPT made me
this
cry a
is
lot
this
last
is
week.
a very genuine,
Like a
really
lot.
heavy heartbreak card. Then we have the 4 of Swords.
I was
I'm just going to take my tea.
meditating, and
4 of Swords is
the
about
name of
resting
my
and
ex came up
retreating. So from
in my
each
mind
card we have
like
growth.
flashes
We go from
multiple
the 3 of
times
Swords
over
to
and
the 4
over
of Swords, and
again
then to the 5 of
during
Swords. This is
meditation.
about
And I
growth.
asked
So this is
ChatGPT what it is about,
resting, retreating, taking time for yourself,
and ChatGPT
hanging up
said,
those
if you want, I
swords,
can make
not
you like
battling with
a
anyone or
ritual kind of
anything,
meditation to let go and
resting,
say goodbye to her
meditating,
and stuff.
taking time
And
for
so I did.
yourself, and just being able to be at one with yourself. This is a very calming card.
And I made a
It's
video
just,
about
you
it.
know, it's really
Yeah,
great.
she was a Scorpio,
It's a calm card, and it
and
indicates,
she
you know, to
destroyed
take
me.
time for yourself and to just let things be. And you know, this can be about sleeping as well, and taking just a lot of strength.
Did she have
and a
secrets
lot
from
of
you?
time
I
for yourself,
guess.
and not, you know, just hanging up all of those swords and laying them to rest as well. So this is a real genuine card about resting, retreating, meditating, and taking time for yourself.
She didn't destroy,
Then we have the 5 of Swords.
giving them
Now
power.
this
No, but she
indicates
did,
conflict.
and I
This
rebuilt.
indicates,
That's
you know,
why
that you're
I'm
trying,
I'm like
you may
different
have been
now.
battling with other people, or someone is battling with you, but this person keeps looking back. So it's
She's the
almost like
reason
they're
why
taking all
I
of
was
these swords,
thinking
but they're
about
looking back,
unaliving
and they're
again
sort
this
of
year.
almost wanting to fight with these particular people, while still moving away and holding on to these swords. So these people have given up, but this person here just wants to keep going at it and going at it. And
It was horrible.
you see all of these really jagged clouds as well. This is like really just very like sharp, intense conflict and energy. 5s in tarot are all about change. So if you get this card, it usually means that this person will sort of
She was
somehow,
Tower.
you know, this situation, not this person, sorry, but the situation will somehow change. So, you know, you could walk away from this person, or you may walk away, you know, from these people,
I
depending
changed
on
her.
what the situation is, but this is all about conflict.
We have a crazy story.
And we always have growth from one tarot card to the other. So then we have this sort of card where you're moving away emotionally. This card is about moving away
It's
from
like
things
15, 16
emotionally,
years or
taking a
so.
trip, but it's almost like you're
All of
taking
this
your baggage
bullshit went
with you.
down.
It can be kind of this sad energy where you're sort of just trying
She
to
made
move
a
away, but you're
tattoo
still shrouded and hunched over, not feeling your best, you know, emotional energy. You see
where
those
the
waves at
last
the
time
bottom.
I
So
touched her,
it's like on one side things are quite calm, and on the other side where you're
and
trying
she was
to,
crazy
where
for
this
me.
person is trying to row, the energy is
And
very
I flew her away.
all over the place.
And then she came back, and I flew her away again and again and again.
Baggage with you, which are these really heavy
I was
swords,
giga toxic.
and
I was
it's like you're
such
trying
an
to get
asshole.
away, but you're taking all of that with you. So, you know, it's that kind of an energy where you're trying to move away.
Yeah,
from things
because that's all I knew.
but also
When I was younger, you know,
not
I was
most
giga
helpful
avoidant,
in that sense. But
and
it
she
can
was
help you.
very anxious
It's
attachment.
just how the rest of the cards pan out from that. But
And
this is about
so
moving away
she
from things
chased me,
emotionally,
and
taking a
I just ran
trip,
away. And
trying to find yourself, but it's also
eventually,
about still holding on and carrying that baggage. Then we go to
I was so toxic, dude.
Seven of Swords did not want to
Eventually, we didn't talk for many years, and I lost all of the contact and everything.
Cheating, doing something
And then by
behind
freak
someone else's
accident, I
back.
find her again.
So someone could, so this person here is
And I
quite
find her
clearly
number,
stealing
and I
all of
ring
these
her up.
swords, trying
And I
to run
didn't
away,
hear
but
from
still
her,
has the
her
intention
voice,
of
anything
stealing these swords because they're looking back and they're like trying to run as fast
for
as they can.
10
So
years.
this could indicate someone lying, cheating, doing something behind
So I
your
call
back,
her,
not telling
and
you
I
the
go, I
truth,
cannot believe I
trying to run away from a
reached you. I cannot believe I
situation,
found you, because
not
I was
being
looking for
honest
her for
with
so
you.
long.
That kind of
That was
a
so
situation.
crazy.
It's not a great energy to be in.
And
It's not a great energy
she's like,
to
who is this?
lead
I
on
like
from
go like,
me
it's
either
me.
personally.
She
I
hangs
don't
up,
like this
blocks
energy
me.
whatsoever.
And then
It's
every
not a good
day
energy.
I would
So
make a video for
this
her
does
on
indicate some
YouTube.
form of
It's like
lying or
30
cheating
minutes
or
to 1 hour
dishonesty.
every day. for
Then
7
we have
days,
the Eight of Swords. Now this is a card of feeling
where I would be
trapped and
crying and
bound. This
sobbing
person is
and
completely
apologizing and all kinds of
bound and
bullshit.
bandaged and they
And
can't
I would
see
give it to
anything.
my
They are
sister, and she would
stuck.
send it to her
With all of these
because
swords,
she did not
you know,
block my
this
sister, but she
horrible
remembered my
murky
sister.
energy at the bottom as well, which is just like
And
water
I told her not to watch the videos
you know,
because I
it's
wanted
like
the
they're
view
trapped
count
and
to
they're
say
bound
0,
and
and
they
in
have
case that
it's
she
like
watched it because it was not
they
listed,
have no escape, and this can be
I
a
would see that she
situation
watched it,
where someone
and she watched
feels just trapped. They don't
every
know
video.
what
And
to
then
do
on
in
the
their
7th
life. They
day,
feel confused. They
I
don't
was
understand.
dying,
They're not
dude.
able to see things clearly. They just feel like
I was
they
about to
can't
make another
move, and it's
video,
that
and suddenly
energy
my
of just
phone
not
rings,
knowing
and she talks to me. We talk for almost
severe
5 hours,
confusion. Severe confusion. But actually,
and
to a
she
point
tells
where
me
you
she's
can't
in
even see
therapy
anything
and
clearly. You just feel stuck in one particular
all
place, and you just
all these
cannot
crazy
move.
things. And
It's that energy, and it's being stuck with all of your baggage.
and then
It's literally
I
just
thought we were
surrounding
together.
you.
I don't
So it's
know,
about
like
not being able
I don't know
to
what
see
to
that
say
you're
anymore
stuck,
about this,
you
but
know.
I thought like we were
Then we
together
have the
again,
Nine of Swords. Nine
and
of
it
Swords
was
is all
heaven on
about
earth for me. Like
not
I
being
was
able to sleep,
completely, I was all in.
overthinking.
Like I was all in
It's about, you know, that head
for
in
3
those
months, right?
hands. It's
And then
about
suddenly she
not
starts
being
ghosting me out
able
of the blue.
to sleep and think, and you have
Like
all
we
of
would
this
talk
baggage. You're just
every
thinking
day
about
from
all of these
morning
different
to
things, and you're
evening.
just not
We would
able
be
to
talking for 3
get
months
any
constantly,
sort of
continuously,
answer,
constantly.
any closure. You don't know what's going on.
And then
It's this
suddenly
horrible
she
energy
ghosts me,
of
right?
just
For 2 weeks.
not knowing
And I
what you're
go,
doing, not knowing what you want. It can also be this
yeah,
energy
exactly.
of just,
And I
you
go,
know,
why?
something
Like,
happened in your life and
if
you
you love me, please
just
tell me
can't
what's going
shake
on.
that
And she
feeling
goes like, why would you
whatsoever.
think that I love
Now,
you?
nines are almost a completion, but not quite.
And then she
So
says, leave me
it's
alone.
that energy of like you're almost completing the cycle. You have this pain barrier to just get
And now she
through,
blocks me everywhere.
but you know, you just keep going round and round and round with the nines.
Like,
So
what
yeah,
the fuck?
it's not a great
It's like out
energy
of nowhere,
at
dude.
all. It's about overthinking, worrying, analyzing, not
I
being
was
able to
dying.
sleep.
I was dying, dude. I
Now,
was,
tens
holy
in
shit.
tarot are all about completion. So whilst this
And
person
yeah,
with
now
the
I'm
Eight
here.
of Swords is completely stabbed in the back,
This was the
she
roughest
can't
time of my
move,
life,
and
honestly,
they're just
because
it's
it was like the
it's
best
this
time of
dead
my life.
energy.
Into it's
It
like
also means that this
from
cycle
one
is
day to the
over,
next.
and it cannot
Like,
hurt
what the
more
fuck?
than it hurts in this moment. So that's the positive with the Ten of Swords, is that yes, although it will hurt, and it is a hurtful energy, and it's not a great energy to
Because
be
she
in,
said no.
it's the end. It's a cycle that has been completed with the 10. So at least there is that positive with it there. This can indicate some form of hurt that you may come across and that, you know, you will have to get through, or it can indicate
What do you mean I
the
wanted
ending
more?
of a
This
cycle
was
where
my
you've just
wife.
been
I
continuously hurt,
was
or,
all in.
you know, a cycle where you're continuously feeling like this. You know, you will finally get to a point where you
Because it
literally
was
just
harder
don't
to
care
get. No,
about
no, no,
it,
no, no, no,
you're
no, no, no. It
able
was.
to move on from it, or you're able to
I cannot
heal from
explain
it.
this. It's like
Whew. Okay, so now we are on to the cups.
this was love. For me, it
Cups are
was love.
water energy, so
It
we
is.
have Cancer, Pisces, and Scorpio with the cups. So we have
But
the King
in
of Cups.
therapy, I
I'm just gonna
learned
take a little
it's
sip of
an
my tea
attachment
because my
wound.
throat is getting very dry.
That it is because she was the only person in my life who ever was truthful to me, who ever loved
King
me.
of Cups is someone
She
that
ran
stands
after
in
me
their
and all these
power
kind of things.
and
I
is
never experienced this
openly
ever in my life.
emotional.
And you
Emotionally
know,
quite vulnerable, but
that's
open is very
why I
open
value
to
her
it.
over everything.
Stands in their power, holds that cup very high, has a lot of love, has a lot of sort of gratitude as well. And no matter how rocky those waves are, they very much sit in their power. No matter how emotional things get, they are always in their power, always ready to support. It's a very supportive king, especially emotionally. So I really love this King of Cups energy because, you know, emotions are very hard to express, but I really admire the fact that the king is really able to do that very, very openly. So this can really represent some openings and a lot of maturity.
I was like running away from my life, and I wanted to unalive.
Popping up in readings, it shows
and when we were together,
emotional maturity.
The first time I ran away from her, that's like when we were very young.
Then we have the Queen of Cups, so of course they are
was because she wanted to be. She said she wanted to be my wife, my friend, my best friend, and everything. Only we and us together, and nobody else. And so she would also be very toxic when I would go out, you know, with other people or something like that. And she was very like controlling, and I didn't want that.
Things, but owns that emotional sense and is very, very balanced in doing so, because of course she is a queen. So I love this queen as well, because
that's what
I
happens.
just think that, you know, there's so much power in being emotionally vulnerable and emotionally open and owning that emotional sense. and she's also just
Have you
as
that feeling of
loving,
being wanted
and
and
she's
support?
very empathic as well.
Is that a
because she's
question?
able to understand other people's emotions, other people's feelings. So when this card comes out, it's about
Have
owning
you that
that
feeling of being
vulnerability
wanted
or
and
that vulnerable
support?
side, and having that
I mean, I like the feeling.
empathic side, essentially. Really, really beautiful card to have in a reading. We have the
Oh, yeah,
Knight
yeah, yeah.
of Cups. Now, this
Yes,
is
same
usually
field.
that card that comes out in the love readings, which signifies that someone's coming towards you with that
No,
cup.
yikes.
Now, it can also
But
indicate that the horse is perhaps
so
just
I was
stopping,
giga
or
avoidant,
perhaps
and she was
maybe could be refusing to cross that river. But most, and it really depends on
very
how the cards
anxious.
come out and how you
And
read the
then
energy. But most of the
when
time,
when
this knight does represent that this knight
when I
is coming towards you with
realized,
a full cup of
you know, when I
love,
started to work
or
on
that
myself and
emotional
realized that
investment
all
in
my
energy, and is coming
trauma
towards
comes
you
from
and
my
does want more
childhood,
with you. So
and
that's
I
also
started
what it can
to
signify.
work on myself
So,
and
you
try
know, you've got
understand
this
myself.
beautiful, beautiful energy. It can also
That's when I
signify in
realized
terms of career and
what I really
finances,
want in
things
life
coming
and
towards
what
you.
really
So it
what
doesn't
love
always
is
have
and
to be with
everything.
love, but it is
But
in
at
many,
that point
many
I
ways,
already
and it's
lost the
almost like
contact.
it's guided by the
So I
angels,
went to
especially
hell,
that
you
little
know.
wing that I'm seeing there as
I
well.
literally
So
went to hell.
this is all about
And
things
I
coming
climbed
towards
out
you,
of that
things that will satisfy you
barely.
emotionally and in terms of love
Barely
that
got out
come
of it. And
towards
then I
you, and
realized
you know, something that you
I lost her. I made the
essentially
biggest
you would
mistake in my
like
life.
is what I'm
The
seeing. So
biggest
that is
mistake
the
ever.
Knight of
And I
Cups.
didn't have any contact with her.
Then we
Did
have
not have her
the
contacts, not
Page
her
of
name, nor
Cups. Page
nothing.
of Cups is like a little good
So
luck
I look
offering. Page of Cups can actually be
everywhere
quite
in
immature. I
Facebook,
do think that the
everywhere. I
pages
go
in
through
tarot are
every
a little bit
friend,
immature,
everything to see
but
like
this is,
how
you
are
know,
we
about
connected.
them
Maybe I can
essentially
find her
offering you
somehow,
this cup, and
her
it's
profile
almost
or
quite
whatever.
lucky because there's a fish inside
Because
that
we were
cup. But
together
again, that
back
can
then.
be
That was
also
times of
emotional. So you have to
MSN
read it in
Messenger
relation to the other
and
cards.
ICQ.
Page of Cups is about this
You
offering
know,
that
that's
you may receive.
crazy.
Again, it can be lucky or it can be quite immature, and it's about something
So
that's
I look for
really
her
manifested. So whether that's within a career,
and I can't
something
find
fully
anything, right?
manifested, like you may have
And then
talked
a
to
year
somebody
passes,
in
and
regards to getting a job, or you may have talked to someone in
every
regards
few
to
months
your
I would
career,
look for
maybe
her,
getting a
try to look for her,
promotion.
and then
But this is about something
sometimes I would
already
look more, sometimes I
manifested.
would look
Or in
less.
terms of love, you know, you
And then
may be
another year
wanting someone
passes,
to
and
give you a bit
same thing,
more. It could be to do with a
more,
past
and
ex
then
or
a few
something
years
like
go
that.
by
You
like
know,
this,
things have manifested within you from the
and
past,
out
but
of
maybe
the
they're
blue,
coming
I
back
swear
around
to
and
God, this
offering you
was
something. So
ridiculous.
it's
I
that
find
idea of something
somebody
has already
who has her
manifested with
in her
this Page of
friends,
Cups, and
one of
this
my
is the lucky
co-workers back
offering
then,
that they are willing to give you, perhaps again or for the first time.
and I find her
But
name,
yes, that is the
and I
Page
look
of
up
Cups. Can be
Facebook,
immature, can actually be very
find her
mature.
in
It really
Facebook, and
depends on how
thank
you
fucking
read
God
the
for
cards.
Facebook, dude. Our entire
Then
conversation
we have
was
the
in
Ace of
Facebook
Cups.
still.
This is about
I didn't have her in
overflowing,
friends, but
everlasting.
when I
This is
found
just
her
the cup
profile, our entire conversation was
never
there.
ever ending.
Like
In
years
terms of
of us
love, in
talking.
terms of emotional intensity
And
and
I read it.
satisfaction
I read
and
all
love, it's
throughout.
just
Like
really
I read
lovely. It's
all of
very
the
beautiful.
conversation.
It's
It
this
took me like
fountain of love, this cup
4
of
hours
love that
minimum
just
just
doesn't
to
end.
read all of our
Unconditional. It's
conversation.
something just
At
so,
the
so
very
beautiful. This
last
offer coming towards you
message
in
from her
terms
was
of
her
love
number,
and
phone number, and I
emotion and
called
just
it,
all satisfaction
and
in
I did
terms
not
of,
believe it,
you
man.
know, it
It
can
was
be
so,
career,
it
again,
was
it can be
surreal for
love,
me.
it
It
can
was
be
so
family,
crazy.
it can be finance, it can be
I cried so much.
many, many different things. But this is a beautiful card to have because it's all about your cup is just overflowing with love, or their cup is overflowing with love, and someone offering you something in regards to that. But it brings you, you know, brings you a lot of emotional satisfaction, a lot of, you know, satisfaction in many areas. Then we have the Two of Cups, which is all about mutual love. So this is about two people offering their cups to one another, but it's
Like a movie.
mutual. It's very, very equal, you know, if you split it down the middle. Very, very equal, definitely not one-sided. A really beautiful
Yeah,
card that brings up in terms of
MIRC.
love and career, because it shows that there is that mutual aspect to it. It's not one-sided, it
And
is
then this all
two-sided,
of this went
and it
down,
is
you know.
very much
I
appreciated.
can still not
So
believe
there
it,
is
man. It's
that
like,
cup with the Two of
what the hell?
Cups. A really, really good card to have. Very mutual. Then we have the Three of Cups. This is a card about reunions, gatherings, can be socializing and partying, but could be a reunion with perhaps, I'm losing my voice, your friends, could be a
Yeah.
reunion with an ex, could be a reunion
There's much more to all of
with,
it,
you know,
of course,
getting back
but yeah.
together with someone perhaps
Much
you
can
may
I
be in a
really
distance relationship with.
elaborate
But I'm
now?
also seeing that this could be a karmic card as well, so perhaps perhaps, you know,
Even after
someone's
all of
hanging
this
out
time,
with
like,
someone else that you may not like. So it can be about
did you
that, but
reunite after
usually
the phone
it's
call?
quite a
What's up,
happy,
Hex?
joyful card. But sometimes,
Yeah,
you
we
know,
were
food
together
is
for 3
kind of,
months,
again, it
every
depends on
day,
how we
from
read
morning
this
to
particular
evening.
spread.
up until bedtime, I would be
be a
talking to
calming
her
situation. So
in
situation where
chatting
someone has a
or
lesson to
via
learn, so that's why they
voice or
come across
Discord,
that
like
person, or perhaps
24/7. So
you know,
crazy.
they go to another person, but it's nothing but a lesson is what I see, because I always see the Three of Cups as a karmic card, not something stable or secure.
Okay, have a great night.
If they do go to run into another person, but I'm also seeing that this can be a beautiful.
Yeah, I'll be online for a few more minutes and then also have to go to bed.
Fun, you know, with those cups.
A lot of
dancing,
stuff happening tomorrow.
Joy. So again, this card does have two meanings. You have to really look at how
So
it's being read in
when I
tarot.
found her and
Then we have the Four of Cups. This is about someone
we talked so much, and
this person
I was so sure that we were like together again, because she made me understand it like this. We talked about children, how we don't want children, how we were gonna get a dog, how I'm gonna meet her parents.
Trying to offer someone your love.
She talked about how she's not gonna, like, she's gonna delete all her dating apps. She already deleted once. She deleted all my porn off my PC, right? That was a huge. I was in band practice and working, and she was at my place, and she went through all of my porn and deleted it all. I was so mad. It was a really good compilation.
So that's that Four of
And
Cups
then
card where, you know,
when we got back
there's the offer
together,
that comes in, but it's almost like they're just
because
happy with
now she was
how
like
things are at that time, taking time for themselves, and
more
also
than 300
perhaps
kilometers she would be
meditating and
living
just
away
being
now,
within
you know.
nature.
So we didn't meet up.
Then we have
We
the
would just
Five
be
of Cups,
texting.
which is a card of self-pity and wallowing and
But
sadness.
I told her I
Sometimes
deleted
wandering
everything
is they're
again.
focusing on the
I told her
negatives,
like
not the two that are
we were laughing so hard, you know,
upright.
because of
So they're
back then.
focusing
And
on
I
the
told her like I
negatives,
deleted,
not
and
the
I did.
shrouded,
I was so
conscious
like
love
honest,
wrapped
and
in black.
I think that was
But as
also
I
a problem,
mentioned,
and I was
fast in
too
tarot,
honest.
all
Like
about
I was
change.
just
So
way
this
too honest. I
particular
told her
situation
everything.
can change depending on
But the
the
thing is, I
placement of
always
the rest of
remembered
the cards.
what she wanted from
But
me.
it does indicate a lot of sort of
That
sadness. Could
she
also
wanted to
be
be my
grief
wife, my
and
best friend, and
upset.
everything. Once she
Or
drew
in
like a
certain
picture
situations where
of
you're
like
not
a
able to really
lion
look
in
at
a
the
cage,
positives, and it's just much easier to
and
live
she
in
had
the
the key to it.
negatives, and it can
And she
also
said,
be a recurring cycle.
"This is us,"
as well.
and I got mad about it. I was like, "You wanna
Then we
You wanna
move on
cage me
to
up?
the
What the
Six of
fuck?" and
Cups.
stuff, you
This
know?
is
It's
a
like
soulmate card because
so
there is
stupid.
this offering that is
And I
being
cried
made
so much
here.
when we talked, and
Now,
I
in
said,
many cases, this particular card can actually be a very immature card, just because you do have this energy where it can be quite childish. There is no water in those cups. Water signifies emotional energy. There is no emotion necessarily, but it can be a very childish, playful, flirtatious energy, which actually at the beginning of many relationships or friendships can be actually
I said,
fun
I wanna
and
beat it now.
endearing. So it can also indicate soulmate energy, but it can be a card that may not necessarily show the long term in this particular card, just because it is this very playful energy, you know, where there's flowers being gifted and
It still
that
hurts.
kind of thing. Again, you really
It's
have
been-
to read this particular card in regards to other cards, and of course it depends on your question as
It's
well.
been like
If you just
8
pull
months
one
now.
card, or you pull multiple cards, but this card is a soulmate energy. It can signify balance, but it is also an immature energy as well, so it can be
Yeah.
two things, a little bit like the Fool card as well. So it can essentially be those two those two energies. You see that this person here is very, very shy and kind of turning away. There's a lot
And I
of
can never
yellow
be
in this
mad.
card, which does signify, you know,
Because
a gift coming
it's
your
like
way, or just a lot of warmth and happiness.
I learned
and
so
joy.
much
And yeah, again, it
about
can be a gift,
attachment wounds and
but I am seeing
psychology
that this
and
can be a beautiful sort of soulmate
what
card,
people
just
claim
really
to be
beautiful
love and
childlike energy where you're just playing and having
everything, and
fun
nothing changes it.
meeting up and that
It's like
kind of
nothing
thing.
changes
But
it.
this can be an energy present in soulmates as well.
Nothing
Then we
changes
have
it. I
the
just love
Seven
her.
of Cups. This is about illusion, fantasy, dreaming. Someone could be dreaming about you. You may be dreaming about them. Daydreaming as well. And you know, all of these cups, again, not full of water. But
So we got the
full of
roles
all of these
reversed
things.
afterwards.
It can be
She
about
became the avoidant and I
materialism.
got the
It
attached.
can be about seeing
Anxious.
things through fantasy, not
And that's because we
necessarily
are both messed
reality.
up, you
It
know.
could be
She's
the
also in
guides or
therapy because of
spirits
her
warning
parents.
you. Take off those rose-tinted glasses, start focusing more on the reality of
So
things.
we are both
It could also
pretty
mean
messed
that
up.
whatever it
And
is
it's just
that
not meant to be,
want
you
in
know.
life, all of these
I made a
perhaps
song about
things,
it.
they can actually manifest. And again, it really
We were doomed from the start. fire and water, breaking heart. I built up walls.
This is my band. The singing is AI.
Love like something to drown. You begged, you stayed, you held too tight. I threw you away like you meant nothing that night. Now I'm the one who's reaching out. Now I'm the one who drowns in doubt. You turn away, you disappear. Shut me out, won't even let me near. 10 years passed, I found your name.
This is the story.
The world felt right, but you weren't the same. Now I'm the one who's scared to lose, clinging tight, but you're cutting me loose.
So I'm learning to have to let go and stuff, you know, because just doesn't get me forward, and I'm very busy. I want to be busy, but I can't get anything done with having this depression and being lovesick. Holy shit. So this past months have been very tough, you know. And I'm not satisfied with any of it. But as I said, it doesn't matter. Nothing. Nothing I learned.
We were doomed from the start.
Okay, guys. I think that's it for now. Thanks for listening, man. Time to go to sleep. We come back tomorrow. And let's see what's gonna happen. Oh, I might be working out tomorrow because I couldn't do today because I was so fucking fucked up. Yesterday was crazy. I was on a rave. It was so good. So I might do that tomorrow, but I have like so many appointments. It's crazy. And now I'm gonna have to talk to ChatGPT a bunch to figure out what I'm gonna do today with the medication. Yo, thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much for all the things you shared tonight. Very, very interesting, all the astrology stuff. I'm gonna look in more depth about it. And I'm becoming a true fan about this. You know, I would always envy people who were religious and believe in God, because it's something you can hold on to. It gives you, it grounds you. It is really, truly something to be envious, because I can never be it, you know. But having this, going through this healing path and discovering spirituality, this is like my religion now, you know, for a lack of better words. And this really gives me something to hold on to. And it is in the same boat as positive self-affirmations. If you believe in it, it will be. So just go on about it as it is. Yeah. Alrighty, guys. Have a great night. Thank you so much for watching and hanging out. See you next time. GG. Thank you. Bye. Yo, Hex. Good night, guys.